There is only one indigenous broadcaster championing the cause for the restoration of Biafra. Biafra Human Rights Radio. Of course, unstoppable and remains the beacon of truth. It has been so since yesterday, and it is today and forever.
Of Yes, of course, all must hail Biafra. Once again, I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and to some of you, good night, depending on your time zone. This is Radio Biafra, and we are streaming live through Biafra Human Right and Freedom Radio Station. Biafra Human Right and Freedom Radio Station is being anchored by Diokpa Uche Okafomefo. Mazu Uche Okafomefo hails from Abatete. Abatete is in Anambra State, and Anambra State is Biafra land. He is the man who has simply assured us that he will not allow the heart of this project to see corruption. This is one word I do not expect everyone to understand the mindset behind them. But one day you shall. As his revelation are unfolding already. I am George Onyibe. I come from Agbo is in Anyoma province. And of course, Anyoma province is Biafra land. In Delta State. Every piece of land in Delta State is Biafra land. And of course, with all humility, I take the liberty to acknowledge members of the Biafran customary government, which is actually the embodiment of other pro-Biafran group who has come together to fashion out a way to ensure that this dignity, who against all odds stood against the government of, stood against criminality, you stood against propaganda, blackmail, character assassinated, you stood for the truth, the light. You are highly appreciated, all of you. And of course, the indigenous people of Nnamdi Kanu, as always, you will see them on every platform, disgracing themselves in the name of Biafra Restoration Project. Cursing is their lot. That is their fate, and that is all they get. Their number actually is dwindling because of revelation coming up within the IPO bingo structure. China Sanguru, wherever you are right now, you have to pay more recruits. Send recharge card to all of tell you I love your indigenous people of Nnamdi Kanu. I love it. But that will be the last thing you will do. It's a promise. Acknowledge men and women of goodwill who in a time like this decide to identify with us in our suffering, in our challenge, in our pain. I say may God remember you in the days of your own adversity. This having been said, I must acknowledge the Creator. And so in my humble way, I say to him, Ina jage mau, makanis yoku, emara mai, ihonanya nage, ubiomage, o juru anyanya dadio, inwege mbangwe, o digunye dekage, ebo afa no omega dadim. Anyị niile na-asị na nedemao. He said. And of course, without wasting much of our time, we will be going to our studio in Biafra land, where most of our brethren are waiting for us already, as they have a presentation, issues that every Biafran should get involved with. We discuss. And of course, the Bible will say iron sharpeneth iron. We don't know it all, and we don't claim to know it all. But we actually recognize the truth that some are meant for greater purpose, and then others lesser. We actually believe in the single fact that some are saddled with responsibility more than the others. But whatever the case may be, we ultimately understand that it's going to take all of us to free all of us. And of course, before I bring them in, let me maybe open your eyes a little bit. It was said today that Imo State and Biafra land was shut down. Go and ask BBC Igbo. It was shut down to the extent that Buhari aeroplane could not land. So he used parachute. Buhari now used parachute to jump down because IPO bingo shut Imo State down. How long will you old foolish people continue to be foolish? Hey, we are going to shut him Biafra land down. We have shut Biafra land. I understand. I was reliably informed that Buhari couldn't even land in the airport. Was the airport not part of Biafra land? Couldn't they shut it down? It's a shame. We have gotten involved and we will correct all this nonsense. Yes, sir, we have shut Biafra land down. We have done it. Yes, sir, we are formidable. Ndiara, according to Nnamdi Kanu. So how did Buhari come down in Imo State? When you are messing yourself around, do not think people are at you. They just want to see how foolish you are. Men and women out there, people like Mazu Chuka Fomefo, Mazu Bidio Binu, Dr. Okado, to mention but a few. Day and night, these people cry and tell them, Nnamdi Kanu, this is not the way. This is not the way. But will he listen? Look at how you people are making mockery of yourself. Imo State was shut down. I want to believe there is no airport in Biafra land. Or did he jump down? Buhari jump down with parachute? A woman made a video and according to her, Oduduwa Biafra was there. And then around, Biafran flag is not there. And she asked somebody, according to her, why is Biafra flag not here? And they said to her that we are misbehaving. We are rude, arrogant. In as much as I will believe this to be an attribute of Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB Bingo's character, I will also reiterate one simple truth, that nobody, no Homo sapien has the moral ground to address Biafrans on how they should feel or react. Our only pain is that most of our actions is not geared to giving us freedom that we want. No country in the world has the moral standing to tell Biafrans how to address, how to react to issue. Have we not suffered enough? But like I said, our people must begin to use their tongue to count their teeth. I will do the one nation, no, I will do the one nation. The only luck or saving grace we have is that it is impossible. It is impossible for Yoruba to have their nation and Nigerians still remain. And so either way, Oduduwa nation, Arewa nation, Biafra nation, one way or the other, Nigerian will disintegrate. Our Ambazonia comrade, why are we deceiving ourselves, or rather our people? What have we been doing all this time? They are looking for how to raise funds by all means. Fine Boy is patroning his own legal team. Baristo Joffo is parading his own legal team. It's unfortunate. What exactly have we achieved? Aside insulting ourselves, killing innocent people, raping our people, becoming more worse than the Nigerian state that has persecuted all this while. You that is IPOB bingo, you want to kill everybody. Go back and check your record. Hey, we our Duduwa nation, our Duduwa people, we are going Biafra Duduwa, we are protesting. Ambazonia, that is the way to go. We are form alliance. All those drama, home video, Nollywood, Bollywood, Nnamdi Kanu was. Where are all of them? We are waiting for the 150 days. And some crook are coming from behind. There will be no election. Give referendum. He won't know he. Have you people not done enough to our people? The Igbo nation can choose to become stupid for Nnamdi Kanu. It will dawn on all of you when the time come. One idiot, God know where he come from. What is the size of his father's house? If we want to reason like human being, where did he go to school? Then monkeys, baboon, chimpanzee, rat in the cage, all of them is that we will shut down. You are the one shutting down your father compound for him. You are the one. But of course, we understand all those games. We can't come out till you come out. You are killing Igbo people. Why can't we remain and let Fulani finish us? It's a shame. It's a shame. Buhari has come. According to them, he has gone. And let me tell you how most of you, let us stop deceiving ourselves. Most of you actually believe the propaganda that those constructing road in Imo State were painting the road to impress Buhari. And this propaganda look true. In as much as it look true, this is a lie. And it's an act of wickedness. I have a little bit knowledge about there is no way you can add asphalt on a road without first of all spraying it with korota in a local way for you to understand. They take their gradient, take the level, and then they bring korota, the korota way you know, and pour it on the laterite as the case may be. And when that is done, before they add the thickness or layer of the asphalt that is needed for that road. Anyway, they are painting the road though. When you are saying something to make mockery of people, let people know you are making mockery of them. And when you are lying against yourself and you're so serious, people will know you are a criminal. Look at IPOB now. Everybody have seen how dirty all of you are. Even when the expose, moment of expose has not even started. We want Biafra, and we cannot destroy our value as a result of that. We want Biafra. And by every means necessary, with dignity, with honor, with pride, we will get it. A Monday is close to around the corner. Go and sit at home. Go and sit at home. Simple, tangible arrangement. Tangible plan. No one is on ground. Terrorizing your people, killing everybody. And some of you is convenient for you. You can imagine one idiot will come out from the south and tell us not to come out without proper agreement. That person's house we go carry and come out for the position when they put am for center of main road. We go in papa and mama house, come out am for center of main road. We go put am for where it belong to. And to some of you, it's fun. Have you heard Niger Delta Avengers come to kill Ijaw people or any other tribe in the southeast? Tell me one militant group that is killing innocent civilians. And in Amondo Subosef, were they killing civilians? They were the Robin Hood of our type. Who exactly has benefited anything from IPOB except the same corrupt gang of criminals, Nnamdi Kanu family? And some, of course, all of them are family. All of them. Anyway, I will not take further time from our brothers who are waiting in the studio already. Congratulations to those of you who shut Imo State down. And Buhari, it's Buhari, come to Imo very often. We need you. POB zombies can be shutting everywhere down. Rubbish. And of course, I will be going to our studio this moment to bring in our people who are standing by already. Do not go anywhere. We are here to ensure that Biafra is restored in its totality. It is restored in truth and honesty. It is restored the way it's supposed to be. And don't forget, remain Radio Biafra and Biafra Watchmen. And the truth is that we go nowhere. We go nowhere.
This crazy world I'm living in, living in this crazy world how we are living in this crazy world. Lyra starting wars every time they want. Some for their rights, some for fun.
Yes, of course, sometimes it's a crazy world, and we have been living in this crazy world. But then, it is up to us to make it a better place. I will go to our studio this moment. Can you hear me? Callers in the studio, can you hear me?
Yes, but we can hear you.
Good evening from here, of course. Okay, that is my brother, the spokesperson. Nation Alliance. You are all welcome, and so I stand aside for you people to enlighten the people of Biafra and the way forward in the Biafra Restoration Project. You are all welcome to the program this evening, and thank you.
Thank you, sir, for having us today. Once again, we are here tonight to do the needful again. We are greeting you, dear Onyibe. We thank you for having us again here today. We say, may God bless you. We also use the opportunity to greet all our good men and women of good conscience and all the lovers of freedom all over the world. Tonight, we are here again to talk into the conscience and the heart of our brothers, sisters. Tonight today we are going to talk into their body, souls, and the spirit. So if any of the member of the body part, the Trinity now, when there with the Trinity will now come together to make things work. So tonight we are here in the house with our comrades. So as we come into the studio now, we will introduce ourselves and tell you the topic we have for today. But before doing that, I would like us to hand over the program into the hands of God as usual, because Scripture says that we should pray without ceasing. So now I call on one of us to give us a short prayer. Hello?
Mommy John, let me lead us in prayer.
Is Brother Paul. Let anyone that can lead us to prayer do that. Let's move on.
Let me lead us in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for tonight. We thank you for the lives of your people, the people of Biafra. We thank you for all the lovers of freedom and friends of Biafra all over the world. We thank you because you are faithful to us. We would never allow evil to befall us. We thank you for giving us the ability to do what we can do, because we cannot do anything without you. Father, we bless you for all the special privileges you've given us. We say may your name be highly exalted in Jesus' name. Father, we commit tonight's program onto your able hands. We ask that you take absolute preeminence, absolute control, that at the end of the day, we will have every bonus.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the short prayer. Without wasting much of our time, we now go straight into the introduction. Today, we have a special guest in our midst, and I will not call him a guest, rather a special comrade in our midst. I am not the one to mention the name. I will like it. We know that we are here. We are not joking. Here for the truth and for the needful to be done. So without wasting time, before I introduce yourself now, I go over to another person.
Hello, good evening to all Biafrans and friends of Biafra. My name is Jimmy Zehando. I'm the special guest of God and the spokesperson of
Next person in this, introduce yourself. Are you not people standing by?
Good evening, Biafrans and lovers of freedom all over the world. By the special grace of God, my name is Ogezin Ochukunonso, and I'm serving the Biafra Nations Alliance family as the head of media. I want to encourage all of us who are listening to be with us from now to the end of the program because it's going to be power-packed, going to bless us, and it's going to be impactful. God bless you all.
Welcome. Thank you. Paul, Oya, introduce yourself. Without wasting much of our time, maybe whenever he comes back, he will introduce himself. My name, I still remain Agunwai, one of the directors from Biafra land, being the honor and the privilege to be the moderator of this program tonight. So remain blessed as we continue in the program. So the topic of the program of today, it may be the lengthy one, but I bet you that before we finish with the whole thing, you will understand it better. As our head of admin always say, we will always get better. By the time we are through with this topic tonight, things will get better. The topic says creation of pro-Biafran independent political party. Creation of pro-Biafran's independent political parties. A plausible solution to the Jundized system imposed by the Nigerian government. I know you have had the topic. It's lengthy, but as time progresses, you understand it better. Creation of pro-Biafran's political independent parties is a plausible solution to the Jundized system imposed by the Nigerian government. Having said that, I'm just going to give that topic before words. First one is plausible. You know data for English words, and when you look at it in the side of adjective, you will find out that it's an argumentative statement. It's of an argumentative statement. When you say that something is and that kind of thing may be responsible or it may be under probability, meaning that when you say that something is plausible, it then means that two things are involved inside that very particular thing, and these two things that are involved are very reasonable and important things. None of them is bad and none of them is not reasonable. But there's the word economics people uses. They say scale of preference, meaning that in these two great things that are involved, one must come to play in the expense of the other. One must take part, meaning that that thing is under probability, and in the probability of things plausible that one of those things may happen. One of all those things must happen. Then in this can statement or words, if you use it on a person, not just a statement, meaning that this person is a plausible person, that person, it shows that that person is skilled at producing persuasive arguments, especially when that person intention is to get people deceived. And that's why they normally say that plausible people are liars. So with these two things now, you will find out that we are going to talk on the positive aspect of it, not the negative aspect of it. An argumentative statement, the things that you will be able to explain and explain or direct people on the right way, so that they will be able to make use of the right thing at the right time. We will not make use of the negative aspect of it, that you are not rhetoric, you can talk from now to tomorrow in order to get people persuade his interest. No, not that's not the aspect we are looking at. Then the other one is Jundaized. When you talk about Jundaized, all of us know what is the sickness called jaundice. Any suffering from it, or a mother or father passed from it, will understand what I'm talking about. When a child is suffering from jaundice, that person from the second to third or a month of baby's delivery, if he's suffering from jaundice, if you shave that person's hair, you will find out that you will see the lines, something greenish blue, bluish green lines that will run across that child's skull, showing the joints of one another. You will now notice that this child is not healthy. Use this now to compare with the country we are talking about. He said that when in a place where somebody introduced us with that evil omen. So if you use it as an adjective, as I said before, it then means that that particular thing is affected by jaundice, or in particularly that person is unnaturally getting yellow or being yellow in complexion. Or put it the other way around, you will say that that person is affected by bitterness or resentment. If you look at it now, you will find out that actually, because we have been genderized in the system we find ourselves, we are now affected by bitterness and resentment. And because of that, people always look on politicians with a jaundiced eye. Because of their attitude exhibited towards the masses, that we start using that jaundiced eye on the politicians. And having known the meaning of the two words now, I will now get to my panelists to ask them the first question that is in our topic. Having known the topic, you have not known what the topic is talking about. So, without wasting much of my time, I will now go to, we have three points we are going to discuss here. The first, how do you identify pro-Biafran in the political class? Then, who is a pro-Biafran? 2, can de facto government of Biafra become a de jure government? 3, how do the government of Biafra take political and economic control of Biafra land before independence? These are the 3 things we are going to look at tonight. So without wasting much of our time, I will now throw it open into our studio for our panelists to look into it. And I will call to throw more light on that first point there. How do you identify pro-Biafrans in the political class? But before we will know how to identify the person, you will tell us who is a pro-Biafran.
Good evening. Thank you, moderator, for these points. And I will take on the first question. I remain my noble self, Henry Chimeze. First, who is a pro-Biafran? A pro-Biafran is not just one by birth and inclination, but a pro-Biafran can be identified as one who believes in the Biafran cause, propagates the Biafran cause, and fights for the Biafran cause at any given opportunity relentlessly. So within the political class as it stands within the Biafran region, if we are to be honest to ourselves, with this present crop of politicians, we do not have any pro-Biafran politician within the political elite or class. Having said that, we cannot point our fingers to any of the politicians that we could say that this person, identifies with, the pro-Biafran groups and believes in the pro-Biafran projects and speaks for it unequivocally in the open, be it at the state of assemblies within the Biafran region, be it at the local state assemblies, or be it at the Senate or the House of Representatives, or even the governors. None of them have come up, to openly drum that support or to stand side by side, toe by toes, with pro-Biafran group to speak through thick and thin. What we have are all opportunities. So having said this, all these, every reason why, as pro-Biafrans, we need, to identify that political process. That gives birth to today's topic. And I want to use the most recent events between the River State government and the Federal Inland Revenue Service as a key pointer. Now, the question anyone should ask reasonably within the Nigerian states, are there genuine grievances? The answer is yes. Then the question on the onus boils down to how do any individual or group go about these grievances? This is, where the missing point has been from 1999 to date. I said 1999 because, after the Civil War, the next time the pro-Biafran agitation came to light, to the forefront burner, was 1999. Now, we've seen the governor of River State, Nyesom Wike, producing documents that show genuine grievances that cause for concern, and that shows, the one-sidedness, the inequity, the social injustice, because no one can deny the fact that Nigeria, as it constitutes today, has so much of this agitation going left, right, and center based on the inequity, from what the governor of River State published. Now, he said in June, let me just read it, but I'll try to be quick. In June, 3.1 billion was collected as tax in River State, but 4.7 billion was given to River State. 46.4 billion was collected from Lagos State, but Lagos State was given 9.3 billion. Kanu generated 2.8 billion and was given 2.8 billion. Have you seen the injustice in this country? I will not be governor forever. It is not about me, but about the system. Let the right thing be done. This is coming from the governor of River State, Nyesom Wike, CON official page. Now, he has identified that social and economic injustice. Now, we may not know these things if he does not bring it to the open. Now, the question is, in a country like Nigeria, this is not defensible. Whoever tries to make any argument in favor of this is trying to defend the indefensible. In as much as Kanu generated 2.8 billion as VAT in the month of June, Kanu was given back the sum totality of 2.8 billion. Who wouldn't get aggrieved? Any right-thinking individual will get aggrieved, even as families. Or from the family has a way to throw his tantrums and, has a way to disagree with the family. Now, looking at this from a national perspective, these are what constitutes genuine grievances. Now, back to today's topic, which is, us identifying politically, which we cannot shy away from. Shy away from it is simply running away from the responsibility and prolonging the May Day. The word mayday, this is normally used by, say, some operators when there's some foreseen or say about an accident to occur. They will put out that, SOS call, mayday, whatever. So now, the creation of a pro-Biafran independent political party is eminent, is the way forward. It can be argued, yes, we are here to rub minds. Some can postulate, let's interface. Some can say, let's not get into politics. But the truth is, what we are fighting for can only be addressed through a political and legal process. And these values which we hold dearly to our hearts. Now, how can we address this thing if we don't get involved within the political process? Today, when we look at the Biafran region, we are participating in the national politics, in the mainstream politics. But are there pro-Biafrans speaking our cause from the centers? The answer is no. We have senators, in our own hands through the right channel. Now, if we have the likes of Nyesom Wike as politicians from the region of Biafra, let's say 80%, our job is halfway done. Today, he has this evidence. He played the politics. How did he play it? First, he got his House of Assembly to pass that bill. The minute they passed the bill into the final reading, him as a governor appended the signature, signed it into law. Now, the Federal Inland Revenue Services has gone to court twice and they've lost. And the Court of Competent Jurisdiction, has affirmed the stance of the River State government, which is, it is legal, it is constitutional, there's nothing anybody can do about it, because when a state assembly passes a law, a bill, and the governor assents it into a law, the federal government cannot do anything about it, which is the government at the center. Today, what is left is for them to go to the Supreme Court, and of which the judgment will go for River State government. Now, I'm using this as just a pointer to the importance of having a pro-Biafran political party. Once we have this in place and we begin to produce from the grassroots, say councillors, local government chairmen, then we begin to take over our state of assemblies. It may not be 100%, maybe at the beginning we may only have 4 members, but that is a starting point. And we'll give ourselves time. In the next 2 decades, 3 decades, we begin to gain ground politically that we have built that political, system, framework. We are now participating. Our interest is not to produce the presidency. Our interest is not to go for political appointments. What is our interest? To ensure that the pro-Biafran political party is equally represented in every elective positions at the grassroots, be it governorship elections, be it Senate, be it House of Reps. The minute we begin to produce, our own politicians, then we'll take our course to the center. Then we'll understand the politics. Say, for example, today people can argue, the truth is, the northern Nigeria has seceded 12 years ago. In 1999, they began to pass Sharia law. These Sharia laws were passed from their various state of assemblies, and it became a law. The federation could do nothing about it, which is a clear example. States like Zamfara, Kanu, they practice Sharia law. Now, Kanu, as another example, they have the Hishba, which is their local police. It was a product of the state assembly, which is they are pushing their own agenda. Now, they've banned alcohol. That is, a legal framework which if you go to court to challenge under the Constitution, what the Supreme Court will do is to interpret the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which a law passed by any state assembly is a law. You cannot do otherwise. And, going back to the VAT of between the River State and the FRCS, now, Wike document, which the Attorney General of the Federation wrote to the National Assembly trying to get them to amend that section of the Lagos State government to pass the Azinto law and the open grazing. The question that on our list as Biafrans is, how many state assemblies within the Biafran region are alive to their responsibility? How many governors have called their assemblies, not about buying cash for them, sharing money, that listen, we need to hasten up before any sections of the Constitution regarding this VAT is amended. Let's pass this thing into law and we'll all head to the courts. But no, they are not interested in our cause. Now, if we have pro-Biafrans, occupying our political space, we will speak for ourselves. We will fight for our cause. Just like, there's what is called principle of reciprocity. When Zamfara was busy passing Sharia law, what was the rest of the region doing? They were all asleep. If they had woken up in principle of reciprocity, pass another law to say, you know what, we are prohibiting these things from our region. We cannot do nothing about it. It's not a question of religion. It's not a question of faith. This is a question of law, legality, which overrides everything. Now, it's eminent. The onus falls on us. We need to identify politically. We need to participate. We need to present. And before we forget, apart from the allocations we get from the center, every state, every local government generates one form of internal revenue or the other. What our local government chairman doing with these things? We've seen the member representing the good people of Aba South, Honorable Obina Ichita, coming out to say that Aba South local government every month generates over 200 million naira. Now go and look at the conditions in Aba. Most of the governors have refused to conduct local government chairmanship election. The primary health care centers in our community, this falls within the local government chairman. What are they doing with our funds? Getting involved and identifying and presenting candidates for election is important. At least we'll begin to control our resources, our territory, and we'll begin to influence politically to make those laws that will be pro-Biafran. And in politics, it is said, no permanent friend, no permanent enemy, only permanent interest. And politics is the only game where you negotiate with your enemy. Let nobody talk anybody into this. It will get to a point you even have to sit down and discuss with those people you don't believe in their ideas, because you have to. It is a game of interest. We cannot run away from this. We need to change not just the narrative, we need to change the approach, the tactic, and we need to open up. We need to participate. We need to learn the art of politics. We need to learn the trade of politics, and we need to learn how to politic from the grassroots. And we'll come to that conclusion. Our interest is not to produce presidents. Our interest is not to vote for any presidential candidate. What will be our interest? To present our own candidates for Senate, for House of Representatives, for governorship, for councillorship, for state assemblies. At least so that they can make laws and speak and stand for us. Finally, we need to give this a legitimate status. We do not want to be proscribed by any individual. We do not want to be seen and addressed as secessionists. We want to be people asking for a fair share, asking for equality, for justice within the same system. Thank you. I will stand by and allow other panelists to use.
Well, you are well done. We are well. But I will simply put it this way. If you want to be a swimmer, there's no way you will be on the dry land and learn how to swim. You must be inside the river before you will now know how to swim. And again, the reason why we are saying this or teaching this is for people to understand the real meaning of politics, because many people are seeing it as dirty game. It's only if you didn't understand how to play the politics, that's why it will become dirty. Like as he has expatiated, we will now find out that I don't think that some of our politicians that that's the major reason why it's good to be embarking on this kind of teaching, so that those of them that have the mind of doing something will now know the right thing that they're supposed to do. Under normal circumstances, somebody that did not know anything about political science supposed not to get in. No, they are left and right as far as government or politics is concerned are the people that are into politics. And those that know what righteousness and politics is all about are the people running away from it, calling it a dirty game. So I think our orientation before we finish the program tonight, our orientation towards politics must be changed. Once again, I say, thank you for this expose this night you have given to us. Let me go to Edoziem. What do you have to say into that topic?
Okay, thank you very much.
Into that point. You're welcome.
Yeah, I want to first of all appreciate our spokesperson, Mazi Chinezi. You are really very grounded in this issue. That is why we have people like you who will be always available to educate our people on important issues on ground, because the situation for Biafra is bigger than mere agitation. You need to go into offices. You need to do a lot of collaborations. You need to do a lot of consultation. There are many businesses in the politics of freedom fighting. As a matter of fact, freedom fighting is a political movement. So for us to bring out this topic tonight, we are about to tell the world what a lot of people are shying away from telling them. The movement for Biafra is a movement that is supposed to not only make justice to prevail, it is also to establish a nation, a country that will be running affairs of its own people as a free nation, as an independent nation. We are in a project that is going to make every Biafran to live happily in Biafra land. And therefore, it's more than mere agitation of trying to coerce communities or the society into the ideology. It is bigger than that. I want to talk about the Biafran identifies in the movement into the ultimate restoration. Like I told you before, it is not just agitation to pay for justice. We are also marching towards total freedom of our people. And so a good Biafran must understand that one, the Nigerian system is corrupt and unsalvageable. We have seen from history that a lot of efforts here we get better. But this effort and who are the people who are making the system corrupt? Not understand this fact that we cannot exist in Nigeria. They couldn't have died in millions. For us who have seen the effects of the war and how Nigerian system this war, we have seen that these people have no control. Problems that are surrounded in that war. Against the 3 hours, the reconciliation to allow the people of Biafra to exist in their own land. So a pro-Biafran is not just a neutral Biafran that wants to accept anything that comes. No, a pro-Biafran is that person who is actively and meaningfully engaged in working for the freedom of Biafra. That person must always campaign for Biafra. Come rain, come shine. That person must always speak against injustice meted on Biafran people. That person must, as a matter of fact, identify himself with one of the pro-Biafran groups. There are a lot of pro-Biafran groups. And so it will be unreasonable for anybody to call him or herself a pro-Biafran and not be involved in the activities of these groups. So a pro-Biafran must, first of all, identify with a group that will allow him to contribute his own quota. So there are a number of points that are listed here how we can identify the pro-Biafran. First, I say the pro-Biafran must have this belief in Biafra and a disbelief in the Nigerian system. The disbelief in the Nigerian system is not just about hate. You are not hating any individual. You are hating the system that has failed to work in favor of your people. And so a pro-Biafran will also understand that the economic hardship in Nigeria is sponsored by the state, who pretends to care for the citizens. But in fact, it's deriving benefits from the misery of the people. Why am I saying that the government of the day is deriving benefits from the misery of the people? This is because the government has failed to give the people absolute control over their resources. We have a lot of people in the coastal region of Biafra campaigning for resource control. But the government of the day has been resistant on this because they know that they don't have the good will of the people of the coastal region of Biafra, and in fact, the entire region of Biafra. Such control has been
Please, if you are not talking, mute your mic, please.
And so resource control has been a very serious issue, but the government of the day has been vehemently resisting this call to give the people of Biafra the right to take control of their resources because they know they are benefiting from the misery of these people. So a true platform must identify this particular fact and stand against it because if we allow our people to be emasculated economically and politically, person of big conflict, they are, as a matter of fact, the future of the people. In fact, that is what sabotage is all about because you are seeing the suffering, you cannot talk against it. You cannot stand up against it. How can you claim you are a politician and you want to serve the people and you don't want to speak against the real issue? How can you say you want to be the governor of the state and you don't have the mind to take your people away from poverty and campaign for resource control of the people? This was the main issue that caused the problem in the previous war because the people wanted to have control of their own resources, but the government of the one resisted this particular call, and this is what has hindered us today. We are still suffering. Our people are still suffering, despite the fact that we produce what is sustaining the whole of the country. Yet we are still suffering. We are not seeing the dividend of these natural resources God has blessed us with. Because the government is still our call to gain control of our own natural resources. So does this government have to pay for you? Why are you not speaking up? Why are you not preparing yourself to debate your people? This is one thing that makes a good government different from a neutral government. Also, the government understands that the government of the day is run by a person. So these people are the North, the Northerners. They have the constitution working in their interest alone, and they don't even consider the other constituent persons or reasons. We call ourselves federating units, but we don't even have control of units by reasons. The president of the is overriding other regions because the constitution will manufactured is working in their interest alone. This has been a very big issue. We have been trying to see if we can work on, you know, we hear people that the government of the Fulani will continue to rule Nigeria for life, that they are born to rule because the constitution has given them that privilege, which is not supposed to be. So being a country that has a constitution covering one portion of the country to the detriment of other regions, how can you call yourself a citizen of Nigeria and you are subservient to a fellow Nigerian? It makes you a subhuman for you to exist in such a country, because it's as good as practicing racism in a country that is supposed to have a homogeneous skin color. So one of the things that makes a Biafran different from a neutral Biafran, because he understands that this constitution is flawed. So we have many Nigerians who are not Biafrans that also identify with this particular cause to bring down the 1999 constitution, and all of them are constitution, because we understand that this constitution does not mean us any good. The meaners have always been calling for dismantling of the 1999 constitution, and we are through indigenous peoples. We want the freedom of all South Nigerians. If you can call yourself any name, you can name yourself Oduwa, you can name yourself any Easterner, you can name yourself Biafran, anything you can name yourself, as long as you want to let your voice be heard, you must support this movement. As a Biafran, it is my responsibility to stand behind anybody that wants me to be free from Nigeria by dismantling the Nigerian constitution, and therefore making the government, the central government to change the constitution in such a way that it will give us our natural rights as indigenous people. From there, we can decide our future, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria. So a pro-Biafran understands that while the local and state governments are not working for their people, medical facilities, building standard schools and taking proper care of school staff, building quality roads, and so many other basic and social amenities, is because the so-called federal government of Nigeria has control of about 90% of their internal revenue. So this issue has been raised by our spokesperson, because we made mention of government of Rivers State, led by Governor Onyibe, happening with the national revenue services and the issue of value added services. The government of Onyibe stood its ground with the government on this issue. And what is happening? The government of Nigeria has understood that this state governor or the people of the River State understand their basic rights and knows how to go about it to protect their rights. And so we are asking other indigenous personalities, what are you guys doing? What are you doing to protect your rights as indigenous people? Are you sponsoring militants to go and fight a government that has been giving access to people more than 50 years? Are you sponsoring militants that will kill your own people? Are you sponsoring militants that will destroy the natural resources that you are supposed to use political means to gain control of? Now you use militants to want to take control of your resources by fire by force, and then you are not getting it the way you think about it. You need not to strategize. You need to look for the better option, and that is why this topic we are having today is a very important one. You must understand that there is a better way of going about space. As long as we are in 21st century, you cannot bring yourself through. You cannot get everything by bringing others. You cannot get everything by fireworks. And so we must engage in the proper direction, which is politically. We are not asking our people to be involved in the big game, as they call it, the Nigerian type of politics. No. We are asking our people who are soon going to channel their efforts in making laws, to channel their efforts in making laws that will affect the people of Biafrans positively. You have to have that mindset that you are doing this for the better of your children and children. So this is what I have to say about who a pro-Biafran is and how to identify pro-Biafrans. There are a number of
Please, if you are not talking, mute your mic.
There are a number of Biafran politicians who are ready to do this very work for Biafrans. But what we are now asking is, why are people not giving them that opportunity to come out? Because we have a very bad notion about involving in politics. Because from where we came from, we had the fear that as long as you are involved in this politics, you will be corrupted. But even within us as pro-Biafrans, we have identified some persons who have been misled by money or love of money. Let me put it that way. We have a lot of people who now see Biafran project as a means to get themselves enriched. Even inside the pro-Biafran groups, you can still see traces of corruption. So why can't we see it in this line, that even as we have corrupt people in politics, that we also have the new people who will remain standing on the path of righteousness, that this is what we want for our people. We have proofs of them existing. Governor of Delta State, Okowan, has remained solidly behind bill against grazing rate. He has been standing with a number of different politicians who are campaigning against grazing bill. These people are standing and they are making laws that Biafrans, as pro-Biafrans, but who are afraid to identify with one or two Biafran. So, but when we give them this platform, already raising campaign for, that we need them to come out full, that they are for the Biafran people. They will be able to stand with their both legs on ground and defend the people of Biafra, both in the central government and their state governments. As a matter of fact, the reason why they are called states is because they have total control to protect their state from external influence, especially from a central government that does not want to allow them exercise their basic rights as a state. So what are we not afraid of saying? What are we afraid of saying? Now we are telling our people that it is time for us to bring our pro-Biafrans into the politics, for them to take charge of politics, of the affairs of our people, and for them to do the right thing for us, so that in the right time, things will be set aright. And this referendum that is very impossible for us to get because it is not backed by law or by the Constitution, as so to say. This referendum will be brought back and looked into, and in the shortest of time, it will be made possible. So let me leave it here, my moderator. God bless you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. You have spoken at length without wasting much of our time. In summary of all what you have said is that all the indigenous people of Nigeria, not only Biafrans, are suffering from the hands of those that claim that they are leading us. And what we are asking for is the total emancipation of all the indigenous people of this country, or the acclaimed country, Nigeria. And the major problem we are having is because those that are leading us are alien to the place there, or the people they are leading. And because of that, even if we are dying, they don't care. So, and you also applaud the work that Ninas are doing, and every other pro-Biafrans, of which we, Biafran Nation Alliance family, are also inclusive. All of us are asking for the of this country. Everybody go to your tents, O Israel. Then you also made mention of poverty ravaging everywhere because they don't care for us, and the themselves have made enough money to keep even for their fourth generation to come. You also talked about corruption. Yes, if we will continue running away from politics because they are corrupt, it's when the righteous man enters, you will not help those that are we are trying to take control of our local region first. From there, you must count 1, 2 before you start counting 3. When we are able to control our region the way the Northerners did to theirs, then we will now start talking about climbing from there. And before then, the rising sun land might have been restored, so that we will not have any problem with anybody. What Ninas is doing, Lower Niger Congress, and every other pro-Biafrans are doing, we applaud all the work they are doing, but we want us to do better. So without wasting much of our time, I will now go to our comrade, and let me recap the point we are still discussing on. How do you identify pro-Biafran in the political class, and who is a pro-Biafran? So, Paul, the mic is on you, on your hand now. So you tell us what you know about this. How are we going to know a political pro-Biafran in a political class, or who is a pro-Biafran? I want you to give us your own perspective. Thank you.
I don't think Paul is available at the moment. We can go over to that.
To is to get in. He will start from where we stopped. So without wasting much time, we will proceed going to the second point. And that second point says, can the federal government of Biafra become a de jure government? Before I will go to my panelists, I will just try to look or to give insight on what the de jure government is talking about. So, when they are talking about the de jure government, the de jure describes that the government describes that it describes practices that are legally recognized, regardless of whether the practice exists in reality. You understand? This de jure government talks about practices that is recognized legally, undermining that it may not be in existence in reality. Then in contrast, De facto government describes situation that exists in reality, even not legally recognized. Have you seen the two facets of it? The de government is the one that has already been recognized legally, undermining that it may not be in existence. But the other one it has been in existence, undermining that it may not be legally recognized. So the difference is that, let me put it in economic form. If you use a limited company to compare it, maybe our listeners will understand it better. The difference is that the Joe Corporation is a bona fide corporation that has fulfilled all requirements and granted limited liability protection. Let's assume that is in a company. They have fulfilled all the things, all the legal entities and the things that needed for them, all the requirements needed for them as a company to be established. And they are now finally established and they have their limited liability protection as an organization under the law. But under the de facto corporation, they are just basically a good faith attempt to become a corporation, but due to some technicality, does not fulfill every requirement needed yet. So that will lead us to that question, the second point now asked. He asked whether de facto government of Biafra will become a de jure government. So I will now go to my panelists again for them to give us the reason whether they abide to it or not, whether it will become or it will not become, having known what de facto government and the de jure government is all about, back or us, so that we will understand better. The mic is on your table.
Yeah, thank you once again.
Mazi Chimezi, are
you
there?
I'm here. Thank you once again. My apologies to everyone earlier on. I never realized my mic wasn't mute while I had a cough in my back home. My apologies, please. Thank you so much, Ma, for this second point. And I said you've done justice to it. I say thank you to Biafra Human Rights Religious Freedom for living up to its expectation and its promise. Why am I saying this? We do not come here with any false hope or deception. Like even before you asked us to elaborate or to put in our 2 cents, you have, by way of definition, given clarity between what a de facto government is and what a de jure government is. And you've put it out there. One, hasn't got that legal status. The other one has it. So in essence, yes, the de facto government can do both. It's only, when we begin to fulfill the first point of discussion, getting into politics, beginning to, have a niche for ourselves. Because one thing I believe, we are transparent. We've always stand on the side of truth. So we cannot try to shy away or try to deny that the task ahead of us is quite enormous. And trying to do this, we have to create a niche, because we are looking at the bigger picture, which is the national politics, and we cannot, underestimate the size of existing political party, which is today, just like any other country, the most pronounced 2 parties in Nigeria is PDP and APC. And, we know we're going to pitch our tents and have a niche. Now, yes, the de facto government can gain that legal status. Because the minute we begin to put down our foots and begin to channel our energies and, take this cause to the right place, to the grassroots politics, at the end of the day, we are now having a legitimate voice, which will now transition, let me use the word transition, to the other government, which is the job government, we will now transition to it. And, we will now become official and, and the de facto government will now gain everything we need to push. Having said that, there's every need. We have this conversation and we're having it in the open. Yes, most people may want to contribute their 2 cents, but at the end of the day, we are bringing out this discussion so that we can help to mold and reshape the narrative in there, and we can begin to challenge our conscience and challenge our vision and begin to challenge internally how things needs to be done. We believe so much in this that, we come out in the open to proclaim it, not just by way of word of mouth, in action and in principle. Yes, the only things left, we can't discuss everything on air, but what is left now is to put this thing into practicality, which we know very soon, it begins to take shape. And having said that, yes, it can. The de facto government is in existence. They are working for the interest of BIAFRAN. And, these are collection of other pro-BIAFRAN groups. It doesn't, belong to a single individual where, it's not a one-man sole proprietorship or one-man business. No. The de facto government is championing the cause of pro-BIAFRAN. And we are using this medium to call on all pro-BIAFRANs. You need to identify with a pro-BIAFRAN group. You need to identify, avail yourself for service. This job is not just for the judge or any particular individual. It's for us all. And like my brother Edozino said earlier on, when you identify the good works of others, always give them that courage. He made mention of the Ninas, which we gave the full support. And today, I am, calling out if the governors from the Southeast, the Biafran region, Delta State, they are listening. Let them toe the line of River State government. If it is to sit down and discuss how to siphon our resources, they are good at doing that. Let them put across. It is time, they work across party level, cross-function level. Begin at least every state from the Biafran region should by now put force into full motion. It shouldn't take the state assemblies, even if it means within 24 hours, to make amends and begin to pass these things and the governor sent it into law so that officially we'll all be on the same page with the VAT. And at the end of the day, yes, that will go a long way to improve our region. Just like Yeson Wike said, sorry, I'm trying to digress a little bit. We know what 46 point something billion can do if properly invested. And this is just in the month of June. So back to your question, yes, of course, that would do, the Biafra de facto customary government will transition to it. And all we need to do is to give them every support, every encouragement. It doesn't matter how long you've been on a journey. If you're on the wrong direction, you're on the wrong direction. All you need to do to get your destination is to stop, ask questions for direction, or you reroute, your route and begin to travel to the right direction. All we are saying, let all come together. Biafra above every other individual. Nobody is more Biafran than the other. Biafra is our interest. Biafra is our final destination. Yes, we have to have options. For now, let us focus on how to take over our region. That is the most important, paramount thing that will now build the layer that now can, that will give another room for layer and will begin to take over. At the end of the day, like they always say in Igbo land, anepuzo zotana before zowute, which is, let me just try to explain that in English. First, you need to first secure a space or a piece of land before you begin to look for the mat to put on it. Now, we need to first concentrate on how politically take over our region and begin to build on it. And before we could know, time waits for nobody. We cannot continue, on the same direction that is taking us nowhere. We need to change all these things, and we need to be open, like my brother said as well. We are inviting this is not for us alone. We're inviting the intelligentsias, the academia, sociocultural group. Everyone is free to come and participate. If you don't want to identify as a family member, please speak up for the good cause of Biafra, wherever you find yourself. To the politicians, we are calling on them. They are our uncles, they are our fathers, they are not our enemies. All we are asking, they've got that mandate. Let them use it. Let them do the same. Heaven would not fall. It was in 1999 that Yerima passed Sharia into law. Nigeria did not fall. Heaven did not fall. We begin to pass pro-Biafran laws. Heaven will not fall. They can only rant, they can only shout, but then they know they cannot do nothing about it. With the issues of the grazing, we are seeing today state. Another good example, the governor of Ondo State, Akeredo, he's taking his stand. That is a law. You can't do nothing about it. These are part of the cardinal reasons why we must, talk to our politicians, why we must let our understand that we need them as much as they need us. We are not enemies. We are not here to pick quarrels with them. We are not here to insult them or call them names. We are only asking, please, and please, use your office for the benefit of the people. Use your office for the growth of Biafran region. Use your office to propagate that gospel. You may want to call the name or call out the word Biafra, but let the ideology, let the passion, let the fire burn in you and resonate in you. And to the younger generations, in the words of Diopa George, we cannot betray the next generation. It is the love for Biafra that has brought us this far. And we must stand on that, on honesty and sincerity and transparency. Thank you for now. I'll stand by and allow others to yield.
Yes, at this moment, I think we have a caller on the line. If it's okay by you, can we entertain the caller? Caller on the line, can you hear me?
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
No,
you can go ahead now, caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp.
Hello.
Go ahead, please. Stop listening to your radio.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening from here, my brother.
Okay. I'm Roland Igwe. I'm calling from Spain.
ahead, please.
Okay, good evening, sir.
Good evening from here.
Yeah, I can hear you, sir. Good evening. Hello.
Go ahead, please. The world is listening.
Okay. My name is Roland Igwe. I'm calling from Barcelona, Spain. Yeah. So I want to comment you on your efforts. Yeah, I'm talking. Yeah.
Stop listening to your radio.
Hello.
Stop listening to your radio.
Okay,
Stop listening to your listening device. Go ahead with your contribution.
Okay. I called. Hello. Hello.
I will advise you to call back and stop listening to your listening device. There is a distance or difference of time between my end and your end. And so the moment you're trying to hear yourself from your listening device, you'll just be repeating yourself, hello, hello, hello. So ignore your listening device and focus on your phone and make your contribution. And this goes to every other caller who intend to contribute. Stop listening to your listening device. And let's see if you understand what we mean. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, sir.
Please
Good evening.
move away from your listening device. Concentrate on your phone. On else, you will be repeating yourself over and over again.
Okay, I think it's up now. I was watching from my mobile before.
Okay, so that is why we've not been able to communicate before now. Go ahead, please. The world is listening.
Okay. Good evening, BIAFRANs all over the world. I'm Roland Igwe. I'm calling from Spain. I called some few weeks ago and suggested about this political movement. As soon as I finished speaking, somebody called from America. Politics, you cannot do this. I always tell people that there is no way we can fight Nigeria without occupying the state. We have to control the local government, everything, have people in the houses, bring people, but it's not now. We can start now putting 2-3 people. Before you know it, we are not fighting that we are going to get independent for anybody now. Let us we should not do as if it is something we can go. We are talking of dividing a country. We are not talking of dividing a local government, or we are talking of dividing a country. You divide, you government give you a referendum, 3 years referendum. After 3 years, you wait for 2 years, you wait for 5 years, and then you share your assets. You do this, you do that. It's not a day job. I don't know why people, even educated people in America, they now we have nobody that can stand in front of Buhari say Oga sign referendum for us. But if you have political guys, they can make appointment with the president and present the same issue to him. Arrest them, he will not kill them. But nobody, as at now, nobody can go. There is no official document showing that these people are looking for Biafra. So I'm happy the way I saw the the political something it brought back my interest, because all these days people are talking of past tense, things that have happened. We shouldn't even talk at only few days we talk about the things past. We use 40% of talking the past and use 60% to talk about the future, how things gonna be. We can still breed boys that can still do something, boys that can go to a house of assembly, go to local government, small. Before you know it, if we had started this since 12 years, we've been going around and dragging popularity, we would have had some boys in the Senate and in the House by now. And when they want to vote for a state, we can make our own law, like Zamfara State and all these people. So let us continue talking to people. Let's see if this radicals, this thing, small. I don't know why you want to get independent, you want to kill people. Every time they are talking on radio, they are shouting. This one we talk from start. Okay, do you know people that worked with Ojukwu? Do you know the people that worked with Ojukwu? The people that Ojukwu assembled, engineers, doctors, people that produce crude oil without engineers, people that built bunker, people that gave us institution under 3 years. And now look at the people that are working with the people that are going to give you independence. So we should forget about these people. Our future will even prove them all wrong. Let us see how we make this political system to be going, so that we have roots. Our children, when they grow up, they have a background where they will start to fight. Not you wake up one day, you start to drag in the achieve something that people will see, say these people are serious. Independence is not something after Sudan and this country, Eritrea, other people had taken independence from from a country to country here in Africa. So I don't know why our people are shouting. Look at the people that came out of a country in Africa. Look at how their lives are. The people are thinking that when we get Biafra, our life will be better. Without hard working and adequate planning, we can never go anywhere. So all this is people are shouting, doing this, doing that. You will go this, you will go that. You want Biafra restored today. What are you going to restore? After the war, we lost the war. We never had Biafra. Never had a country called Biafra before. You restore what you had. Like Taliban were ruling, they were ruling Afghanistan before America pushed them away. So they restored it. So this grammar we are giving ourselves, say we want to restore Biafra. There have never been a country recognized by United Nations called Biafra. So we are not restoring anything. We want to get Biafra. We want to get independence. We are not restoring anything. We never had Biafran country before. Taliban were in charge of Afghanistan. It's a political party. They were in charge before Osama came and lived among them and spoiled the place. So we using restoration is as if giving ourselves false hope. We never been a country, recognized country before. So we are not restoring anything. And nobody, none of us can say this. It's difficult for us to say this is how the name Biafra came. So I don't know why we should do. We are starting. Let us start Biafra political system. We can register. Anybody actually can register in any party he wants. If I'm a pro Biafra man and the whole village knows me as a pro, nobody can rig my election. Where they know what we can do. Nobody will rig it. Nobody can rig a Biafra man election in Igbo land. If the person is identified as a Biafra man, he's going for this. Nobody can come from anywhere. Is it the police or no? It can't happen. So I don't know why people are afraid that it cannot happen. We tell this, sir. We are going to enter into unending war. it will take us longer time than when we start a political system. That will let us keep our shame. Let us just bury everything and do as if we are starting new now, because we have never done anything. We have never done anything, nothing concerning independent movement, which I am a Catalonian. I am following up the system. I know the system. I know the people. Even when they took their heads to prison, the other guys were all on, and the independent parties, they are always in alliance. They make sure they control Catalan. It can never come from anywhere and get Catalan out of their hand. So that is how we are supposed to be as modern people. We are Igbos, are learned people. We are business people, and we are learned people. We should do something like learned people, not one man that is selling hair cream in Africa will come and carry chair and start telling you this one was. Simon that I thought he's educated. He came to radio and started talking rubbish, creating hatred, knowing what hatred can do. In Rwanda, what caused Rwanda genocide is hatred. How did that man get knives that he shared to people overnight? He just brought the idea. Somebody else brought in knife. Nobody knew who brought that knife. They thought it was the man, the man in exile in France who brought the knife, who announced it. So hatred is not good. How can I say I go to church, although I'm a Christian, I hate my Hausa friend, or I hate not all Fulani men are Taliban. Not all Hausa people are different organizations. So all this hurry up. We should do this in gradual so that there will be nobody will be harmed. We should start now to build institutions, small. Look at we want to copy Ojukwu. Look at the way we are doing our own. Ojukwu brought the best people in Igbo land, the most intelligent people in Igbo land. They built bunkers, built radio. The best broadcaster, propagandist man in the world, they brought him Okokonde. So, I mean, what are we talking? Where have we started? Where are we going? Where do you think we are going? Close on Monday, close on Friday, close on... Does Buhari, he has come and gone. Does he know what he is doing? He is not aware. Even if there is no close down, there is no way the whole Owerri can go inside that place to see him. So he has done his job, he has gone. Buhari has no time. And Buhari is a military man. He knows Nigeria very well. This man has been ruling since 1970 with Murtala Mohammed. He knows Nigeria. He knows everything. So I don't know why we should not start now to fight in our rural areas. See how these people can patch our roads. And there is no part of the world that is talking about again now. The whole world has passed that. We are still talking of roads, streets. Look at how instead of fight these people, let them vomit money, we use it to upgrade ourselves. We leave them, we fight. That was the question I asked him at the Carlo when he came to Barcelona here some years ago. I said, sir, why can't we start this thing from grassroots? He got annoyed and started talking rubbish. If we start from the grassroots, we hold every he don't know. But these guys are dying because of their heartedness. They are too hardened. They are too hardened. If I were the government, arrest all their leaders. I will arrest all their leaders. If man that show face there and give order, I arrest him. That's how to make the country be quiet. When they did it here in Catalonia, it was a bit quiet. And though they changed system. The church system, some went to exile. While they were exiled, they were still in the European Union. They were still the European senators. You see, when we want to do something, we do it well. If we don't want to do it, we forget it. How can we be doing something? Look at how the land has scattered. Is this the north is on fire, east is on fire? That means where will people run to? What will people do? You want to drag independence? You're doing talking rubbish, doing this, doing that. Never has followed him to talk all this kind of rubbish. Is it not? No, that is not the way. But Buhari is not hearing you. He will do what is in his mind. Because of all this, he can keep him there till he finish. When he finish his term, he go. Anybody who like, he can release hell for them. He can decide that. So this is something we can do politics. That place where there is no enemy, no friendship, everybody talk there. That is where this fight is supposed to be. We that are outside, we are not supposed to even know that a lot of things are happening. You know, you play it there, the guy will go and collect his stuff. They play all the games there. That's where politics are played. That's the only. As at now, the only way to get independent, the whole world, except you enter in unending war. So there's no way Buhari will sign referendum paper for you. You know that. You rest. Let your land be at rest. Let your people be at rest. Buhari will not wait. Maybe when the next president comes, he might be a nice guy. But something might touch him or something like that. He can consider that. But he's telling Buhari, has Nigeria been good before? Since 1975, I've been shouting up NEPA. Nigeria has never been good before for one day. When Jonathan was there, I remember what our people are saying. There was a time Obasanjo during Obasanjo, the Igbo people were to have the Senate president. How many Senate presidents did we produce? We produced about 5 or 6. This one we enter, when we enter, this one we get him out, this one we do this. That kind of a thing. So we are not, all our problems are from us, and we have to use sense to solve it. There's no problem without solution in this world. There's no as long as it is a problem caused by situation, and there's no situation where that is not caused by man. Every situation is caused by, as long as it's caused by man can solve it. It's only condition man cannot solve. Maybe that one is natural. But situation that man cause, man must solve it. I don't know why our people do as if there is no other option except to put the whole Igbo land in chaos and make everywhere to be, gentleman will wear suit from Taliban, from Al Qaeda, and meet one of those guys in America. Those them also whatever. They will discuss. We are not. We are gentle. We will give you before you know the incorporate this group in among their midst because they have no money now. They're into financial problem. If those groups promise them now, I will give you $60 billion. Let's bring and we supply you manpower and everything. Let's win these people. When we win them, then you will give us half. They will just use that one to track you. They bring in their men, and we start. Tomorrow we'll be asking ourselves, how did we get to this level? How did we get to this level? When a Al-Qaeda want to make you, when they want to get you, they will get you. When they want to enter anywhere they feel is comfortable for them, they will enter. One man will come, approach one man. That man will approach they're going to hand out to 60 million. They know how they will bring it and they give us money. It's better and they will take. No problem. Let's defeat this outside. They're coming. Also everywhere. Before 5 years, everywhere. So people should take it easy. Let us embrace this political system from small. We are not saying that we are getting this into. We die, when we are old and die or so, our children will continue till they get it. But as at now, Buhari will not sign referendum for you. And if you didn't sign it, nothing will happen. United Nations, America, Britain, they don't give any country referendum. They don't even put mouth in it. If they put mouth, that means the whole world would have divided now. Because there's no country in this world where there's no majority and minority, where the minority don't want to live. No place in the world. Texas, California, they want to live. US. So if they don't, so if we base everything on politics here. Propaganda, we don't restore what we never had before.
Thank you very much for your contribution, and of course, you're welcome. We keep telling our people we all need to have our say. Have your say in our say. I'll go back to my comrades in the studio if they can still hear me. Are you still there? Agowani. Can you hear me, comrades in the studio?
Yes, I'm George. Good evening, and we can hear you loud and clear.
Of course, I believe you all heard what our brother contributed, and so I will step aside for you, please. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, and our brother from Spain. Thank you, and thank you once again. And at least we've had discussions, even in private, in our meetings. You have always known my stand, and my stand has been the same. Because, in everything there's politics. Even in the family, there's politics. In our local communities, there's politics. In various organizations we belong to, there's politics. In the church, there's politics. In workplaces, there's politics. Even in political parties, there's politics within the politics. That is why, you could see people get what they want. At the end of the day, it's a simple thing. What thing we need to know, do not give anyone false hope. We are not here to promise anybody because we are not trying to give them.
Sorry if I have to interrupt you. I still have a call on WhatsApp if I can allow them. Okay, just stand by. Let's hear from him. Call on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Call on WhatsApp. Good evening.
I can hear you.
You're welcome, my brother. OBDK. Okay. Go ahead, please. The world is listening.
Okay, sir. I greet you today. I say, may God bless you. May Almighty God bless you and shower you more of His blessing on your life and on your family too. The same way I sending this blessing to all over Biafrans, Biafrans all over the whole world. So I thank you tonight. So I'm enjoying this program, So we are talking about how we could be able to change the narrative of what we are doing. Really, for me, for we to engage in politics, politics is not, but try to remember that we are working with a nation which is fundamental, which is corrupt the root, and sometimes I think even the angel ever bring them to Nigerian politics, they can corrupt well. So this is just my own fear. And another thing again that I always be afraid of Nigeria is that people never win, vote normally. So we want to now. I think my idea of solution, what I can say is that for we to support a political movement, before the Biafran people, we have like APUGA, which was there, created by Biafran pro activists, but now I don't know how APUGA is moving their own way. So from my own suggestion, I could say that if we want to do something like this, we can try to support APUGA indirectly, not only because for me, Nigerian politics is not something I can predict, because as I said before, even though a saint in heaven, when they bring them to into Nigerian politics, they can be because really our problem, we don't have people that speak to us in the politics who have been in the politics for a long time to speak for us. So our kind of people right now, the solution, I think that is simple for Biafrans to be respected. It's not going to join this politics or wait for Nigerian government to talk about Biafran in the parliament, Nigerian parliament. No, but it's for we all pro-Biafran group to come together and understand that we are seeking for one thing, and we have to follow and contribute for to stand well like our de facto government. Because if you have this government working well, if you have this government being supported well, we have all we need. So, and when we have all we need, the politicians in Nigeria, some Igbo politicians, they will come and seek for our own help. Well, okay, let's just imagine today now, Buhari come to Nigeria, come to Igbo land today. When the Buhari is the same Igbo people that escorted him, and if you watch around, we can see that those people that our problem are always there with Buhari. Okay, those people that we count as our problems, they're always there. I was thinking that today in Imo State, that those people, they can arise to organize the place. So for we, I think my own knowledge and my own way of thinking, we should try to find a means to make our people to understand this truth which you are speaking about, George Onyibe. And when we can be able to understand this message you are giving, and we together people, all these politicians, it's we that will tell them what they're going to do, because people is tired. People is tired. When they see that, when they say lockdown, people stay at home. I'm telling you the truth. 40% of people are tired who doesn't want to go to market. They are tired because they know they go there, they don't do nothing good. Okay, other 40% as well are the people who trying to, let's say, sympathize with Nnamdi Kanu. And that is 20% that are afraid. No, 30% that is afraid. You know, when they go out, they can be, or they can be destroyed, their businesses or their works. So my own idea, and then what I will try to suggest tonight is for we, the pro-Biafran group, to know exactly we have like a degree made in United Nations. Call from Spain that said that Biafra have not existed as a nation. It's not true. It's not true. Biafra, when you go to the United Nations, Biafra is in 38. I don't know how they put it in chapter 38 somewhere. There's Biafra. So we have been a nation. We have existed. We have been having. He said it. We have our own banks. We have our own money. We have our own institutions working for 3 years. So what is this? So like what I will try to say tonight is that, please, Master John, keep on doing your job, and God will bless you. And my brother that is pushing. On our, we with our government, the de facto government, that we can support people indirectly. We support them indirectly. So we know that these people is our people. We support them indirectly. And these people, maybe God help them, they win the reason where they can speak for us if they can. But the people that can give you Biafra is me and you. And you, politicians. These politicians, not Nigerian politics. Because if you want to do kind, want to follow the due process from the politics of Nigeria, Nigerian politics have no due process. You see, Nigerian government, they even kill somebody like Abiola. The people who are trying to fight for their freedom. So how do you think that Nigerian people, which you know the level of the hatred they have on you as Igbo man, is high? So what do you think that you can work with their own politicians? So my own advice tonight is we have to make this message to let our people hear that we want unity, because as long as we unite, if we that is going to tell our governors, if we that are going to say that Buhari is coming, is not coming to our land, that we don't need any president of Nigeria to come our land. So now we are not united. You see, the people that say that they're fighting for us, their power cannot be able to suppress this like. So, but when as people, as a nation, brother, trust me, soon people have our own referendum or whatsoever. So what we have to do now is to try to send this message to unite ourselves. Before we can do this unite, let me tell everybody, you see, if you don't have the mind to forgive somebody, forgive your fellow Biafran, you are a dangerous person in the Biafran movement. If you don't have the mind to reconcile with your fellow Biafran group, you are a dangerous, a threat into the Biafran struggle. Now, Biafran Nation Alliance with other pro-Biafran group which are the federal government. How do this federal government to function work? When is the government is going to let us to know our ministers, let us to know our commissioners, to let us to know that these are the people are in charge of this government? And then we have to go do what? We have to go do what? We have to present now our petitions to what? We have to make the world to know that we are ready to go live and play. You see, like what Nnamdi Kanu was doing all these years. If Nnamdi Kanu could be able to empower somebody, we're trying to empower another person. But you see that all these years, we don't look how we can be able to put our own place in order. So my own advice tonight is the federal government have to be put in place how we could be able to give our people security, how we could be able to stop unlawful something that is going on in our land. Like when somebody thief, they burn him fire. We should stop that. When somebody talk to you, go and kill him, he wear army uniform, you go and kill him. We should trace those people. We should try to investigate and know the people that is killing all these people, and we'll get them arrested. So I thank you people. This is a very wonderful program you people open to. I thank Chimezie, I thank everyone who always ready anytime, anywhere. So I thank everybody, all you people, ideas are wonderful one. But really, the closest, shortest way is the unity, is to understand when the Biafran group saw themselves, know that they are pursuing one thing. Because I don't believe that I am pursuing Biafra of Biafra Nation Alliance. No, I don't think that IPOP people that are pursuing IPOP Nation. No. So if we are pursuing one thing, to come down and put our table and try to stop some crime that is going on our land. We stop telling our people. We start telling our people, trying to create job for our people, trying to even to fix one in our land. Everybody, I thank that brother called from Spain. I thank him because he's wonderful too. You know, I thank him very well with his own knowledge and what he has said is true. But we have to as well look in other works. Other works is the reconciliation. Everybody talking about Israel today is a strong nation. Do you know how these people before they could be able to create their own nation, they pass the code and they make an open call reconciliation call, and they make this Jewish summit. And after this Jewish summit, all Jewish they talk how their problem, how they want their place to be. They go and take their land because now they're united. Second World War, and a Jewish man was the emperor of that war. So, but the time comes, they understand that there is a mistake in them, which and now they understand it. They should stop selling themselves. They should stop seeing lies against each other. Then we see them now. Everybody wants to be like them. Even we are even running to them and tell them that we are their brothers or we are their Pekin. So, Mazi, good night. God bless Biafra. God bless a Biafran National Alliance, and God bless all the pro-Biafran group who is fighting to restore Biafra in the right way. Thank you very much, Mazi. Bless you. Bless you the way you will surprise and the whole world will surprise. Thank you, bro.
Thank you very much for your contribution this evening. I'll go back to the studio, and my apology to the anchors of, the comrades on the studio there. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. And thank you.
So sorry I have to be interrupting you but then go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you to my brother OBDK. And that is the beauty of Biafran National Alliance, where everyone is entitled to their own opinion. And at the end of the day, we'll cross-fertilize ideas, we'll rub minds together. Yes, we can present different sides of arguments, but the question is, Ojukwu formed ABGA did not work. Does that mean we should all allow our collective destiny in the hands of few individuals? The answer is no. Most of us as individuals, we've tried one business, it did not work. We didn't give up. All we did was to pick ourselves up, dust ourselves, and we try, and then it clicked. The truth is, Wike wasn't the governor for 1 year. He's been the governor of Rivers State for the last 4 years, almost getting to 6 years. Very soon his tenure will be over. He's been in the corridor of power. He understands the politics. Now, there has been previous attorney general for the state attorney, advisors, but few of them could not discover this loophole. The name of the politician, there are two persons advised him. He listened and he saw reason, and he got the River State House of Assembly. They did what they did. Now, when Wike had that information, he never went on social media to announce it. That will do what? Give the federal government and the Attorney General, the Attorney General of Federation and the Minister of Justice, heads up to amend these things from the back door. He kept that information secret. River State House of Assembly never went on Vevezula on social media or any public announcement. They quietly did what they need to do, passed it into law. When they passed the bill, Wike signed. Before the Federal Inland Revenue Service would know jack, it's already become a law, and they've gone to court twice. Why am I saying this? Only about the pro-Biafran ideology, but because of certain elements that were introduced, and he decided to distance himself carefully from the charade, which, that's a different discussion altogether. Now, if we don't get involved in politics, when we have this information how can we change the information to our own favor? That is a challenge everyone needs to ask
We
themselves.
will sit at
The
home.
same, thank you. The same information Wike had, he never came out to say, this is the injustice on VAT. If he had done that, the criminal government at the center will block the loophole. And before you know, they'll tell you it's been amended. They'll get the rubber stamp National Assembly to come back from their recess and overnight amend everything. Worst case scenario, they share them Ghana must. But he kept zipped his mouth, did what he need to do. Today, rather than Wike playing the catch up, the federal government is playing the catch up, and they can never win this. They've gone to two, you cannot go to High Court twice. Now the final bus stop is Supreme Court, which the federal government know they can't. If they know they had a chance, they wouldn't have written a letter to the National Assembly seeking to amend it. Wike has those copies in his hands. These are the key things. These are the key things why we need to get into politics. Another key example, there is information out there in the open. You don't need to give it to somebody. There is information that you don't need to give it to someone who will bring it out to the public to create more tension. Some information, you work with it on the ground to achieve what you need to achieve. We need to take these things out of social media, trumpets. At the end of the day, now with the 1999 Constitution, most people know the loopholes. They are not taking it to the social media because they know the tension it can cause. And not just the tension it will cause, it will give this federal government, those who are trying to fight, a heads up. It will give them an advantage over us. Rather, when we get involved in politics.
Hello, our spokesman.
Yeah.
I would like to interrupt you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Are you there?
Yeah, go ahead now.
Because our time close and we have not finished our microphone. I will introduce this last but not the topic for you to continue so that when just continue from where you stopped.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah,
are you with me?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you so much. So, back to my thoughts. What we are dealing with here is information. At the end of the day, we have various information that if it comes to the public, it gets into the wrong hands. All they use it is to heat up the polity, create confusion, make so much noise, and achieve nothing. And by making this so much noise, they are giving the government at the center, the federal government, all the chances to lock up the loopholes. If information is properly managed, we would be ahead of them. We will be ahead of the game. Say, for example, today, which I'm not trying to digress, but let me just mention this. If IPOB managed their information and everything properly, IPOB would never have been a proscribed organization even before they derailed. These are the things. One, before independence, we had our regional governments. Now, after the Civil War, Nigeria derailed. And I appreciate that the same generation are still responsible for the backwardness of Nigeria to date. When you look from the presidency to all those in government, you can always see that from 1960s they have been the ones in governance. Now, we need, when I say we need, it is one of the easiest way to get what we want. Getting involved in politics, participating, that is the way forward. Nobody will tell you directly or indirectly, do not participate in politics. That is where we can, have a fair share. Say, for example, today, people can say, oh, Nigerian politics is dirty, is this, is that. That has been one of the things that they used to scare away people. At the end of the day, during elections, it is same local people that help these politicians to rig elections, to mar the elections, and to create confusion and chaos. If we go to the grassroots, begin to do what we need to do, be on ground. I'm not saying I cannot be okay and be talking. When the time gets...
Of course, this moment, my brother, so sorry I have interrupting you. Mazi Mefo is on the line and he wishes his contribution at this moment. So while you stand by, please let me bring him in.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mazi Mefo. Happy to hear from you today.
Thank you. Can you hear me, sir?
That's
Mazi
a very
Mefo.
good one. Great.
Good evening, sir. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for what you're doing. Thank you to all Biafrans. Thank you for the resilience and relentless effort being made on all fronts to make sure that the message of gospel restoration of Biafra is transmitted to all nooks and crannies. We are here to continue with the message. Despite all the obstacles on the way, we must continue to move forward. I want to go straight to making contribution to the program, to the topic of the program this evening, and with reference to the journey to Biafra restoration. With due respect to all our dedicated Biafran men and women over the world and supporters, the Biafra Restoration Project is a journey, and we all know how far we have gone. The most important thing is that we remain consistent, we remain focused, and stand by the truth at all times. This is the story of our time. And without truth on our side, we are going nowhere. We continue to maintain that Biafra restoration is anchored on truth, irreducible defense of human rights and fundamental freedoms of all. And if that truth is to lead us to our final destination, we must not hesitate to defend it at all costs, irrespective of whoever is involved. Biafra restoration, the foundation of Biafra nation, cannot be built on the altar of shedding of blood of innocent Biafrans by Biafrans and on Biafran soil. We continue to maintain that that is an abomination. It is a crime against humanity that must be frowned at. And it is also a crime that is abominable, even in the land of Biafra. And therefore, if that constitutes an obstacle on our way, we must deal with it before moving forward. I want to appreciate the leadership of the Biafra de facto customary government, all pro-Biafra groups who are working conscientiously and assiduously towards restoration of Biafra, despite the obstacle put on our way by the Nigerian state, despite the obstacle put on our way by both internal and external enemies. Together, as long as we are consistent and resilient and stand by the truth, nothing can stop us. The journey to Biafra restoration have so many stages. The second attempt to rejuvenate, or rather the attempt to rejuvenate Biafra and to make sure that Biafra consciousness is a reality today, started with the efforts and initiative of Chief Ralph Wazirike after the late People's General Dimegwu Ojukwu, the next person to talk about, with respect to the effort to making sure that the rights of Biafrans are defended and gathered jealously, is Chief Ralph Wazirike, who started by initiating and forming the movement for the actualization of sovereignty of Biafra. To that extent, honor must be given to whom honor is due. From him, every other pro-Biafra groups that you are hearing today sprang up. And so he remains the father of the new Biafra consciousness. Anybody may have contrary opinion, but it remains a fact to be subjected to altar of scrutiny. Having said that, every effort has been made to bring the Biafra argument on the international stage through the media, both social media platforms and conventional media platforms like television and radio, and even through the organization of structures at the grassroots movements, at the grassroots level. So we can say confidently and proudly too that the message of Biafra restoration, the sensitization, the enlightenment campaign have been successfully completed. And then what next? Why are we still where we are today? Why is it that Biafra has not been restored? Why is it that we are still asking ourselves a lot of questions? It is because there are certain areas, certain salient areas that have not been touched. And I will want to take us to the criteria for or contained in the Montevideo Declaration or Montevideo Convention 1933 in Uruguay, which has to do with the duties of states and with reference to nationhood. There are 4 criteria that make up a state. It is 1, defined territory. It is permanent population. It is effective government. It is capacity to enter into international relations with other countries. And then there is, or all these 4 I have mentioned are collectively called declaratory theory. And then there is another theory that is called constitutive theory. That one has to do with recognition of a state and international law. But from the look of things and having looked at different and varied examples of how states have formed over the decades, you find out that it is a combination of all those factors, all those requirements that make up a state. No one state is the same, but there are essential states. And multi-video declaration or convention criteria remain central to all this. And for me, and for every keen observer, and experts in international relations and international politics, we can attest to the fact that every nation standing today must have at least 3 of that particular requirements. And the question we should be asking ourselves today is this. Since we acknowledge and we know that our particular history is unique, with reference to our experiences during the war and up until this moment, has the people of Biafra been able to tick the boxes regarding that international convention, multi-video convention on statehood? If we look at the journey so far, and if we can take a critical look or make an assessment, objective assessment of the journey so far, we must and should be able to observe that there are certain things that have not been done. The question is, what are those things? One of such is the issue of formation of effective government. And what does that mean? Formation of effective government has to do with leadership, governance of a particular territory. Can the people of Biafra there are still some disputed issues that will have to be taken into account. If we are not and have not been able to be in control of our territory politically, then we still have a lot of work to do. No amount of agitation, no amount of mass movement, no amount of application of ourselves to the Biafra restoration cause can replace the central nature or importance of our taking political control of Biafra land, Biafran territory. I am not talking about Nigeria. And so, having galvanized efforts, having made frantic efforts, worked assiduously hard for the people of Biafra to give support to the Biafra, pro-independent Biafra movements over the years, I think, and every other person who is a keen observer, a number of us have spoken, Mazi, Chimezie, and so many other of our brothers and sisters who are doing marvelously well in different directions, have made certain suggestions. Why are we not democratically involved in Biafra land? Why are we not? One of the reasons that we have advanced in recent past is about rigging, it's about people of Biafra being schemed out. But if you look at what has happened as well, you find out that for the fact that we say that we are not going to participate in politics, does not make a lot of difference in also advancing the cause for restoration of Biafra. It has not also done us good, because what the Nigerian state has done is to encourage members of political class in Biafra land to be taking decisions on policies that affect us as Biafrans, and thereby keeping us on the edge. Their own is keep agitating, keep making noise, according to what they will always say, while we continue to take decisions that will affect you. After running around, after agitating, we are still the people that will take decisions regarding your future. And the question is, are they making valid point or not? The answer is yes, because without us taking political control of Biafra land, without us having representatives in Biafra land who are going to be speaking on behalf of our people, movements or groups who have influence and political control of the territory that they are claiming to be fighting for. And so, very pertinent that we look inwards into what is now. The people of Biafra are now politically aware of what is going on in Nigeria. Desensitization has been made. The enlightenment campaign has been completed. It is now left for that popular support of the people to be translated into a mass political action with a view to legitimizing the Biafra restoration struggles. If we have, for instance, elected representatives in Biafra land, it is these representatives that are going to speak for the people of Biafra on the international stage. It is these people that will represent Biafrans before the various governments of the world. Because if we don't have them, the international community will only be contacting those who are in political offices, but not Biafrans. The mass support that the people have for Biafra, pro-independent Biafra groups is overwhelming. Why don't we convert it into a mass political action that will take the center stage with reference to decision making, with reference to policies that affect our people directly. Take, for instance, if the people of Biafra, if pro-independence movements for the restoration of Biafra, including Biafra de facto customary government, want to participate in democratic process in Biafra land, and they are prevented from doing so, they have every legitimacy to fight for their political right in Biafra land. And that will gain resonance around the world, because it is our right to participate in democratic process in Biafra land as regards our future. It is a political future. It is not a crime. We must not be shying away any longer from the politicians in Biafra land trying to rig the Biafrans out of political process. Since we have the mandate of our people, albeit through social and popular support, that should be translated into a popular political mandate that we usher in, that we help in accelerating the restoration of Biafra. If they deny the right to register, for instance, a political platform, the people of Biafra should sponsor independent candidates from the councillorship to local government chairman to state assembly members to governorship. And if the people of Biafra massively vote for those independent candidates and still they are rigged out, there is the level of rigging that you cannot overturn, especially when the people have massively given their support and mandate to a particular individual or groups of people. If they rig the people of Biafra out, the people of Biafra have right to form a parallel government, knowing fully well that they have the support and mandate of the people. When you defend yourself in that sense, you have every right to it. You are entitled to it. So we should not be shying away from all this. And let us also bear in mind that it is one of the requirements of the Multimedia Convention on Statehood, on attainment of statehood. Without the people of Biafra democratically getting involved in the political affairs of Biafra land, there is no way that we have effective government in place. It's as simple as that. Even if we decide to go to war, after everything, we must still have to go back to the formation of government. And that is what we must be looking at. In addition to all the things that we've been doing, the people of Biafra, the pro-independence movement in Biafra land should not stop what they are doing. They should continue with what they are doing. That is in line and in accordance with both domestic and international law. But they should also add to it the political arm of that Without it, we are going nowhere. The spirit of the time demands this. And there are so many examples. No amount of sit at home will translate to political influence in Biafra land. At most, or at best, you'll be regarded as pressure group that have popular support. But you're not in center of political decision making. So the mandate is there for the people and for the people of Biafra. Why don't you also convert that social and grassroots support into a political action that will resonate and bring Biafra closer? This is just something we are, looking at today. And this is just the summary of what I wanted to say. There are so many things to talk about, but it's not on this program. Probably it will be in segments. But no matter how long we try to rigmarole, we will still come back to this. effective government that will be enabled by democratic participation in Biafra land is central to the Biafran struggle. If the time was not ripe in the past, it is right now. The other one is the capacity to enter into international relationship with other countries. Without effective government, without representatives who are politically recognized, it's as simple as that. So, the lay people's general, General Jumbo Ojukwu, was able to galvanize international support because he was in government. They were in government. They were in control. That is why they were able to make minimal progress that they made. In this particular case, in this particular instance, none of the pro-Biafra independence movements or activists are in government in Biafra land. We need to look into it. It is not a question of argument. It is just a fact. Very important. Having said that, I want to also lend my voice to the fact that every Biafran has right to join any pro-Biafra group. It's as simple as that. Nobody has monopoly of control of Biafran struggle. Join any pro-Biafra group, support Biafra de facto customary government. Decision in Biafra has to be a joint decision, not a one-man decision, not just a group of people's decision. It is going to be a collective decision. Biafrans must frown at dictatorship. Biafrans must frown at emperorship, because Biafra is not an empire. We cannot be crying, we cannot be challenging the Nigerian state because of the human rights abuses that they are directing against Biafrans, because of crime against humanity that they are committing against the people of Biafra and other vulnerable populations of that contraption called. And we Biafrans turn around to be committing abomination and heinous crimes, even the ones capable of equating or surpassing that of the Nigerian state. We must frown at it. We must remind Biafrans and all pro-Biafra groups as well that it is not only those in government that could be that could be tried as perpetrators of crime against humanity. Non-state actors have also the responsibility to preserve and defend human rights of their fellow citizens, of anybody at all under their control. What we have seen in the last few months in Biafra land is a display of brigandage, lawlessness, and some people are pretending as if they don't know what is happening, and even members of political class are keeping over the calamitous and self-inflicted harm and destruction by a group of people in Biafra, inspired by Mazi Nnamdi. Because when we say something, we need to say it the way it is. They say they want violence in order to achieve Biafra. They gave dates on which Biafra will be restored. And we warned them that those pronouncements were not realistic. They called us saboteurs. We warned them that violence in the scheme of things cannot lead us anywhere. They called us saboteurs. Today, where are all of them? Today, where are these people that are claiming that they are fighting the enemies? They are fighting killer Fulani headsmen. It's very unfortunate that that campaign of violence, of intimidation, of blackmail, that campaign of horror that they have led, that none of the enemies have been scratched. Rather, victims of those campaigns of violence are all Biafrans. And the question is, how can you tell us we are there to protect Biafrans, but in the long run and in reality and in fact, every of your actions are directed against harming Biafrans or harming things that concern them? There are people who have been castrated in Biafra land. There are people who have been beheaded in Biafra land. And they call them unknown gunmen. Call them unknown gunmen. But we all know the truth. That Mazen Nnamdi Kanu set up all those violent campaigns. He did that because we warned ahead of time, and they names. Some of them are shamelessly even saying that we are the people that instigated all those. So what are we talking about here? The moment we stop telling ourselves the truth, the moment we begin to celebrate evil and deception and blackmail and all manner of crimes in Biafra land, and pretend as if we don't know the perpetrators of such crimes, then that is the day that we are doomed. No society can survive on calamitous conduct that evoke horror, crime against humanity, and all manner of violence against our people. Biafra cannot be built on altar of lies. Biafra cannot be built on the foundation of spilling of blood of innocent Biafrans. Yet we are pretending from what we have seen so far. Why should we pretend? What is happening to IPOB today is nemesis. Just watching them, for them to complete their self-destructive macabre dance to abyss. Because they lied, they blackmailed innocent people, and they celebrated it. Today, what is happening to them is uncontrollable because the spirit of the land is against them. Because that they unjustly called innocent people. I remember some of us told them that what goes up must come down, and that the consequences of their action are going to be their Waterloo. The truth about it is that none of them can stop what is happening now. None of them can stop the anger, the vengeance of nature against them. There are people who are still suffering because of the lies propagated and directed against them. Some of these people cannot speak up today. Their image has been destroyed beyond repair. Their character defamed. A number of them have been maimed. Some of them killed. And today, the members of indigenous people of Vietnam, they are asking questions, what is happening? Stop blackmailing innocent people. Stop blackmailing innocent people. Stop telling lies against them. But this is what they have been doing proudly and unconscionably over the months and encouraged by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Today, the evil that they have spoken out and dished out as well and directed against innocent people are coming back to them. And nobody can stop it. I am saying this so that they will know that no matter how hard they try to stop, they will not be able to stop it. Because nemesis, there is a way nature treats those who behave and conduct themselves treacherously towards it. Unless Mazi Nnamdi Kanu repents, unless he confesses, which I know he will not, unless he tells the people of Biafra the truth, IPOB under him, IPOB that he hijacked, we melt like, we dissipate like vapor before his eyes. Whoever is close to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, wherever he is, should tell him to tell the people of Biafra the truth. Whoever he has used and who have, as we speak, betrayed the trust he has on them, to let him know that he is at the center of the calamity that is befalling Biafran struggle today. And the only solution to it is that he speaks the truth about what has happened, that the healing process may begin. Otherwise, the spirit of the land of Biafra is angry. And the cries of innocent people, men and women, whose characters have been destroyed, some of them maimed, are crying for vengeance. It is huge, the consequences I mean. It is not just about destroying properties and causing years to come. But Biafra cannot come through deception and lies and blackmail. That is what we are trying to correct here. None of us is perfect, but we must have to try to say the truth at least. A situation whereby perpetrators of evil, perpetrators of all manner of heinous crimes are being celebrated and held, where their victims are being ignored and victimized even further, cannot stand the test of time. A situation where or a society in which such is happening cannot be a viral and progressive society. And God forbid that Biafra we are seeking to restore is such a society. That is why every man and woman, every conscientious man and women, every man and woman of integrity must stand up and defend the heart of this Biafra Restoration project proudly and jealously. For us here, we don't need crowd. For us here, we don't need multitude. We only need men and women of integrity who can stand by the truth and defend it at all costs. Thank you very much, Mazi Onyibe. A lot of things are happening, but in fullness of time, people will begin to appreciate the stand that we have taken. We once told them that he or they who breeds insubordination, we reap insubordination. They who breed calamity, we reap calamity. Those who breed deception, we reap deception. Those who breed blackmail, we reap blackmail. Today, what is happening to IPO Nnamdi Kanu? It is nemesis. It is karma. And the moment and the earlier repentance and confession of what actually happened begin to come out, the better. All those people who have called you saboteurs, who have called you thief, criminals, they are calling themselves the same name today. Who is to be believed? They will tell themselves and the world the truth in a very shameful and disgraceful manner. They are already doing that. For us on this platform, let us focus. Let us continue to march relentlessly forward, and let us render every support to the Biafra de facto customary government. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mazi Ukafomefo. Of course, he is the director of Biafran Human Rights and Freedom radio station. Like I always tell you, he simply assured us that he will not allow the heart of this project to see corruption. Biafra must be restored under our watch, but a lot of things is going to happen. The miracle has just begun. Corruption cannot enter Biafra, and this is a promise. And those of you who has laid egg of corruption within its platform, be rest assured you're not going anywhere. Anyway, I will not change the mindset behind this program today. I will go back to the studio as my brothers are eagerly, sisters waiting for us. Can you hear me?
And as a massive thank you to Mazi Okafor Uchemefo. It is on his philosophy that we are building our own philosophies. Because one thing is eminent in life. One can have a vision, but training others to develop into that vision and run with it is what makes a leader. And I say thank you so much for the rendition he's given tonight. You know, he's coming on tonight's program.
I think we have some challenges there. We just lost our brother, but I do not know. Let us see how we can be able to get him back. Can you hear me, Brachi?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You're back now.
But this
Go ahead.
for this program. I really thank you for taking your time to come and be with us in this program. I say, may Ekekeruwa continue to bless you. All the plans of who ones against you will never come to pass. We return it back to them. You will continue to live and propagate for us. I always call you Mokizuku, the gentle lion. Continue with your truthfulness. And the footsteps, your footmarks on the ground, we have laid our own, and we will continue to be speaking the truth, nothing but the truth, till when we get Biafra through the preambles of law, as you have taught us. So with that, I go back to our spokesman to continue from where he stopped before, as we will fast forward the program to round it up, so that we will stand by as others will still be contributing. So, Mazi Chimezie, back to you as you conclude it, as you are closing, use it as your closing remark, as you finish with that last question, using it as your concluding remarks. Then every other person will give their own concluding remarks. Then we will now hand the mic over to Diopa, so that we will stand by and listen to others that will be contributing.
Yes,
Continue
thank you.
from where you stopped.
Thank you, Madam Jane. And I appreciate your energy, your resilience. And to Diopa George, yesterday on your program, I didn't call him because I cried. Even if I didn't cry at tears, in my heart I cried when, in the course of your program, you once again narrated the ordeal you went through in the hands of the DSS, and how you developed premature pile and everything. You know, I don't want to put you through the emotional aspect tonight, but it broke my heart completely. And these are part of the things people do not know. But to you, I say you're strong. And to tonight's topic, you know, what Mazo Kafutemefa has done tonight is to glaring. Yes, the beauty of democracy is we disagree to agree, but in Biafra National Alliance, we don't have argument. What we have is discussion, because argument is about who is right. Having a discussion is about what is right. It is pertinent. It is on us to do that which is right, and that is we must, as a matter of fact, begin to tick the boxes, like Diopa Uchemefo said, because the British always use that word. Make sure you tick the boxes. In ticking those boxes, we must make sure we do the right thing. And I'll leave with this closing remark. Somaliland is a country. South Sudan is a country. What kind of country are they? If for our listeners, those who are taking their time to listen, they can always go broadcast and going down the Montevideo Convention of 1933. Those things are very, 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 very important. It's very, very important. And like I did say at the beginning of this program, we must identify that we need to carve a niche for ourselves. Because when you try to look at the political space in Nigeria, you can liken that like a market segment. Now, we need to look how to sell market. You know, it can be a heterogeneous market, it can be a homogeneous market, but then we need to find a segment where we can fit in. And in doing that, we can look at different competitions out there, and we can admit that we cannot be the leaders, we cannot be the competitors, we cannot be the challengers, we cannot be laggard. All we need to do is to carve a niche. And the minute we begin to understand these things, then most of us in diaspora, we know the job is here, and we need to begin to reprogram ourselves to come back to Biafra land, to be on ground, to work side by side with the likes of George Onyibe and members of the de facto customary government, to put these things into reality and to begin to put mechanisms out there We cannot shy away from the excuses Nigerian election is being rigged, it's not fair. No, you have to push. And there are so many, I'm not a motivational speaker because I don't believe in one, but there are so many empirical evidences that we can learn from. People can look at the history of the former American president Thomas Jefferson, how many challenges he's had politically, how many times he contested the election and lost, but he didn't give up and he continued to. He's left up with his brand, which is the Apple brand. Before he broke through, he had so many failures. And we can look at the likes of Colonel Sanders, the KFC chicken, how many businesses he failed. And it was even at his, 60s that he was able to succeed with the Kentucky Fried Chicken. We can look at the likes of Bill Gates, his exploit and how he failed. And why am I bringing this train of thoughts? I want to encourage ourselves. I'm not a motivational speaker, but then if we want to shy away because we do not believe in the system, then we are not truly believing in doing that which needs to be done. Diokpa, on this note, I say thank you so much for your energy and for all you've been through for the cause of Biafra. I cannot pay you back, but for still having that faith and that consistency, I say thank you to every member, the co-contributors, those who have called panelists, those in the studio with me, from Madam Jane to Neo to Dozino. I say thank you to everyone. And we must keep this message going. And we must be honest to ourselves and we must tell our people the way forward. It is politics. Like Diokpa has always said, it will continue the same way. We'll end up being nothing but a pressure group at 8 beds, or the government of the day will continue to prescribe us, to tag us, to victimize us, and what we'll continue having, arrest, arrest, arrest. We need to change the narrative. We need to take our political destinies into our own hands. From here to everyone, thank you and God bless, and I'll stand by and I'll wait for the program to end. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, our spokesman. You have done justice to it and you have done us proud today. I say thank you as you still stand by to listen to what that we have to say for our own conclusion and wait for the contributors. With that, I give mic to Edoziem to say his own concluding remarks.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma. I want to especially appreciate you. I want to appreciate Diokpa George Onyibe. I want to also appreciate our director, Mazunafo. Tonight has been very great, and I must say that anybody that listened to tonight's program must be impacted or must have been impacted. We have listened, and nobody has a bigger ear than the other. What we have embarked upon is not a one man's business. It's a put hand on deck so that this project will be done. So it is only going to be if everybody is participating actively. So I want to also encourage all members of other pro-Biafran families to keep doing what they are doing towards this restoration project. It is God that is going to crown all our efforts with success. There is no going back. God will always. You cannot do anything and get away with it easily. because God Almighty is watching from heaven and will reward everybody according to their deed. So if you are looking for a Biafran to tarnish his or her image, just know that you are buying a load of curse for yourself and for your children. So you have to desist from doing such, because there is no benefit other than God's punishment. So I want to end by saying this: God bless every other Biafran putting effort towards this restoration project. God bless Biafra Nations Alliance family worldwide. And God bless Biafra de facto customary government. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you, dear. You are highly welcome. You've also tried, done justice to it as well. I'm so much proud to have people like you in this platform, and we promise that we will continue to do more. Our head of admins always say, we will always get better. And having said that, I will follow our spokesman to see reference some people like as he did. Edison Emerson did 99.9 experiments and failed to get it right. It was the 100th aspect of it when he was taking birth in his bedroom that the answer, the solution to what he had been trying to get, struck into his mind. He jumped out from the bath, even naked, if not because he has towel there. He started shouting, I have found it, and ran into the parlor to go and put down the thing that was put into his brain. And today, we are enjoying this electric bulb, a fluorescent bulb, and the other type. Is what somebody had been trying to do. He keep on doing it. You will not close your two eyes because evil people are passing. You close your two eyes. Along the line, you will find out that good ones will follow suit, and you still close your eye, you will not see them again. The Northerners today is able to enact their own law and is working for them and is no-go area. Then we are staying behind watching them. That thing they did, we can even do it better. But the problem is that the water started spoiling from up. So by the time we have come to realize that there's a better way of doing it, we will now change our orientation, we change our strategy, we will now re-strategize to start doing it the right way, just like our director, Diokpa, Uche from Mefo has told us. And today I am really honored and really blessed to have had men of calibers like him to be on this program. I'm so much overwhelmed with joy. My joy has no bound, and the kind of we will even do better than today's own. And with that few words of mine, I say, dear Onyibe, may God continue to bless you. You will live long. No man or woman or boy or girl will ever cut your glory short. Any man or woman that have any evil towards you, that person will not live and know what you will be. I bless you, sir. And with that, I hand over the microphone back onto your hand. I say thank you for having us, for giving us, for always allowing us to come and air our view and say our say in this platform. I say, may you continue to be increasing. You will be like tomorrow, because tomorrow never, your days and your works and everything around you will continue to be like tomorrow. I say thank you, sir, and good night as we stand by to listen to others that may like to contribute.
Thank you very much, Agowanye, and other members of the panelists. You people have done noble, I must confess. Our people must understand that the essence of being here is not to protect individual interest, but the overall interest of the Biafran people. And of course, nobody can claim to be perfect, just like our director Mazu Chuka from F4 has said. It is not about being perfect. Our brother Chimezie and Chinonso, each and every one of them made it clear. But we can do more. And if we can do more, why do we settle for less? Why? Why can we, or why should we allow ourselves to be bamboozled all around? It's unfortunate. We see the challenges before us, and beside it are the solution. All we needed to do is rally around each other and initiate a process. Eventually we will get home. But some want ego. They want the money, even when it is on the expense of the people of Biafra. What do we say? Our lines are open at this moment. Of course, haven't spent much time, but we are not in a hurry. We are just warming up. And so if you're still standing by there, make your own contribution. Have your say in our say. The lines are open. Our WhatsApp line is 070-815-45642. 070-815-45642 is the studio WhatsApp line. And then our direct line is 081-221-52971. 081-221-52971 is the studio direct line. You're free to make in your own contribution if the time is convenient from your own region. And of course, at this moment, the lines are open. And let's see how it's going to be. If you have access to my private social media platform and you feel like accessing this platform through that, please, you're free to do that. If you have access to my social media platform, you're free to call in and of course make your own positive contribution. Do not forget the journey has just begun. Our target is to make sure that every minute will count. Every minute will count. That is our target. And of course, while we are inching closer to the end of this program, I most sincerely appreciate all men and women who participated by making this program a success. I appreciate all of you. At least you have a platform where you can air your view, where you can make your opinion known to the people. And of course, I will be going to the studio where I am joined by one of us, Onwukwe Nwanze. Can you hear me, please, brother? Mazi Onwukwe, can
yes,
you hear
Mazi, good evening, sir.
You're welcome, my brother. Go ahead,
Yes,
please.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
My name remains Mazi Onwukwe Nwanze, speaking from BIAFRAN here. I was moved to speak a little words of mine this evening because of the presentation of our people, our sister Agwan and Edoziem and our spokesperson Mazi Chimezie, and that of explanation of director Mazi Uchoka from F4. In fact, Mazi Uchoka from F4 and the other panelists and other contributors, they spoke it all, because we cannot be looking for something downstairs while what we are looking for is in the upstairs. I have said it before, and I thought that it was what Mazen and the Kano and the IPOB wanted to do, trying to organize. So my brother, this is exactly what out. Somebody made mention of Ojukwu forming ABGA, but ABGA was not okay. Ojukwu did not form ABGA. it was just Korea that formed ABGA, now brings Ojukwu in. Then what our politicians used to do with Ojukwu was, they know that the name Ojukwu is too popular and people like him. Whenever they want to contest under the platform of ABGA, they will bring the picture of Ojukwu so that they will get the support of our people. But eventually, so many of them were rigged out, so many of them did not win. But some of them that won that election went there and start talking about another thing, start talking about their own business, because there is no formulation of a kind of trying to make them understand putting them there. And what I felt we must not leave to do is to make sure that our conversations get wide today. All our politicians, no matter the party you are, even if you are an APC, you are PDP, ABGA, whatsoever party, even independent candidate, we must make you to understand that this is, we will support you, we will vote for you, but if you win, this is exactly what we are looking for in your hand. In our society today, so many politicians does not to climb to public office holder. So now we must make our people to understand that the politicians are not our problem, but the way we package ourselves is the problem. Whatever you ask for somebody, that he will give you. We must make them to understand that look at where we are, look at what we are looking for. Look at what was going on in the side of Yoruba side or Duduwa. All their governors, state house of assembly, and all the rest of them silently with them. That was why they were able to manage to pass Omotekum into their state assembly's law to be managing it, you know. And now look at the situation in our own area, Biafra land. Buhari visit Owerri today. And yesterday, I come across a video. Somebody, it must be a member of IPOB, trying to make people to see that CNN carry the news of Biafran secessionalists. For that, we have gotten what we are looking for. Everywhere today in Biafra land, people, hey, for the first time, CNN has carried our program. We have gone. We are getting. I told them that that is not true. CNN is a media organization. CNN does not give freedom. And you didn't go into the news to analyze and to know exactly how the news was presented. Okay, today, Buhari visit Owerri. In some days back, there was a gunshot here and there in Imo. Everybody was running head. It shows every right-thinking human being to know that this man came to tell you people that, hey, you feel that you can fight, but now I have conquered you. I have won you and I have from going on and all the rest of them. All the things I'm reading at the Facebook was everything was successful and people came to welcome him. People took him to warn you again, you know, but people These are things you must understand. Before we can talk about climbing to any place, and even if it is 10 people in that community, make sure that they were widely consulted. Governors and state house assembly senators, as long as that person is from our how we can get what we are doing. Because if you go to international level, they will ask you, is it not your brother is the Senate president or minister of this? What is he saying? What are they doing? You know, because they felt that as our brothers are there, things should have been better for us, you know. And if we are not in support, if that person that is holding that office is not with us, when they came across these people abroad, they give them, they are just hungry people, they are this, you know. So this is exactly what I want to chip in this evening. I really thank all our panelists that make it possible today for this program to take place. And I also thank you, Onyibe, and that of Mazu Chemefo. I must not forget to thank our brother Mazu Bido Bielu and all the rest of them. And I must also thank customary government and her deputy, Alhaja Sare Dokobo, and our sister Nwadari Tanubogo. They should keep it on. It's not easy to face this kind of mountain. People will be saying all manner of things, but I'm happy that these are people that have been tested in so many ways. Our sister has worked with so many pro-Biafran groups, Nandi Kano, all the rest of them. Our brother, Asare Dokubo, has been there for so many years, fighting for the Niger Deltas and all the rest of them. So they are no longer new people into the system. So when I heard that they are the people holding the mountain of leadership in Biafran, the part of customary government, I was so happy. And it must make known to our people that our cannot come by one man. It's not a one-man show. So many of our brothers said it today. We must come together. We must reason together. We must forgive one another. So to say, when something like that is deserved to do, but not somebody who is killing people. I'm against taking the life of any human being. I'm against that one completely. If it is another offense, it's easy for me to like all these things. Now they can and the rest of them are doing. Some days back, I saw one of our brother put to ashes in his own compound just because they suspect that he pointed hard at one of them that led to their arrest. You know, so many people like that has been killing and dying. All these people are our people. What will the Hausa Fulani tell us? The people that they are our enemy. They are sitting there doing their businesses, and we are killing ourselves in the name of this one saboteur, this one the other, this one the other. if this struggle is live for you, for IPOB and then Nnamdi Kanu, can they do it on that? When Nnamdi Kanu used to tell us to come to Afaruku, go to Abakaleke, go to Owerri, we thought that things have been happening. We don't know that he's sampling us to the politicians so that he can go at the back and collect money and put in it and come out to tell us that we should not have anything to do with politicians that are corrupt. But he's collecting money from them. When it comes to secret negotiation that money will come out of, he will now know that his brother, fine boy, is there. But when it comes to going in the front of he will now know that we are alive. Doing all those things, he came back looking for our life. What a wicked human being. So, Mazi Odoba, I must have to stop here for this evening. Time has gone too down so that other people will contribute. I say good evening and God bless every human being who make it happen today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother Onwokwe Nwanzi. He's one of the brothers who escaped Nnamdi Kanu clutch of death. He was actually declared wanted, dead or alive. Nnamdi Kanu was on Radio Biafra calling their house address for Nigerian police to go and arrest them. And these are men and women who has put their life on the line for the sake of the next generation. But of course, we thank God you're still alive. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Hello?
Good evening from here, OBDK. Trying to make a call back.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay, sir.
Right.
Yeah, I can hear you, sir. Well done, sir.
You're welcome, bro.
I want to thank Mazimo for, of coming out tonight to come and join us in this program. I thank him a lot, and I must encourage him to do it more, to always come and be on our program, because some people want to hear his own word personally. So I thank him for coming, and we have learned, a lot from what he had just said. But another thing that I want to contribute tonight is that, whenever we are talking politics, I think Chimeze, he has made it like clear to us, politics is a means of taking power, and this politics is being played everywhere. But it depends how you are playing your own politics. So, to my own words, I want to put a chip again into this program, is that we Biafrans, we should think how we could be able to sensitize the mind of our people, to bring our people together, because when we all have bring our people together, we are being like a politician. So what I'm trying to say now is that, please, Biafrans all over the whole world, this platform, this movement is a harm for Biafra, but it's a movement. We are doing everything openly. We are trying to do our best as our power gives us. So I'm calling the whole Biafrans all over the whole world. If you're in Europe here, if you're in Italy, especially, that you want to be our family, please try to contact me. My Facebook name is Divine Joe, or you can call my number. My number is 351 045 7169. This is my number, Italian number. You can call me, and anywhere you are in Italy, if you know that you are looking for, you are seeking a draw, or if you need like an advice, you can always call us. We can give you like advice, or we can, even though it's help, if we can help you for doing something, we can do it for you. So please, Biafrans, we are all one brothers, we are all one family, and ndị Igbo si ka eji ụtụtụ wee chụwa ewu ojii before chi ejie, because there's one guy who sent an voice message to me on my phone today, and one person was saying, he was just saying a prophetic word, but I don't believe in this prophet, but I believe when people read and feel what is going to happen and they can say it. So this person, he said it all. He said that Igbo land is risking to have a war, Igbo against Igbo. Do you see that those people, our problems, they were in Imo State today, nothing happened. But you will see tomorrow, next tomorrow, 3 days time, 4 days time, you will see that Igbo person have go and kill Igbo person somewhere. But the people that is our problem, they're still moving around, living their life the way they want. Some even are making parties safe. So how do we solve this issue? How do we solve this issue? And I always tell our people, all these politicians, they are just people numbered with name, and the government, the institution, give them power. We too, as a people, as a police, we organize ourselves as a political people, because the highest political organization we can have is the de facto government. There we need everything. There we need everything that operates like a government. So let us look into it and see how we are going to sensitize the mind of our people to give a value to this government which we are formed. So this is my word tonight. I'm calling Biafrans all over the whole world. If you're an IPOP, really, I must tell you the truth. The foundation of IPOP is not what to give us Biafra. I am not condemning anybody, but what I'm saying, the foundation is not what is going to give us Biafra. Because all these people standing up, saying they are human rights defenders, they are people that want to give us Biafra. They don't know anything about how to give a nation. They don't know anything. Martin Nandekan, if you know something how to give Biafra, he could have not come on radio and use his speech. And he will not come on radio and say that he's going to bomb this, he's going to bomb this, he's going to kill this, he's going to kill that. This is not how to get a nation at this kind of point in time. And people are there praising him, calling him Muhammad, calling him Chineke, calling him everything. Please, my brothers, I am calling everyone, if you are a Biafran, you love Biafra, just pay this price for Biafran restoration. The price you're going to pay is to reconciliation. Come and listen to the people that is telling you the truth. Anything that you feel that is a lie, you ask question. Nobody, anywhere you go, people tell you not to ask a question. It's a 419 methodology. This is a 419 methodology. Because anybody who push you and tell you where you fall, that person, you look at him 2 times. So please, let me stop your mouth so that you can go and sleep, because me, I'm still awake. So let me leave you to go. Dear friends, I thank you all that listen. I thank everybody which is on effort, but let us work according to the status, the qualities, the energy that Biafran needs to be restored. The most vital energy that Biafran needs to be restored is the unity of the whole Biafran group. This is a dangerous a weapon to our politicians. This is a dangerous weapon to Nigerian government, because anytime we come and unite, we have our assembly. They hear that all the Biafran are having an assembly is crazy for them. All of them will go mad, because they know what what it means. Because it means that we can decide not to even to participate in whatever they're doing. So really, if we are talking about this political process, it's nice way, but you can see some people inside, even like Catalonia today, you see their person is being arrested. Catalonia is in Europe and is a place where people practice democracy. But you see that the leader of the movement has been arrested. Likewise, some other places, and they know how Nigeria is. So please, we have to channel our energy on what we think that can give us Biafra. We don't have to dream about it, Biafra. We have to work to Biafra.
We don't need any man. We don't need any God to come from to heaven to do all the Biafra. We have men. We have Uchamo for you, a man. We have Bidu, we have Dr. Kado. We have many people who can move, who can do something. We don't need all these people in Nigerian politics because they are all corrupt. Even though we find anybody that among us, if you tell us that change, if you go there and mess up, if you change, he eat and die, and he will die for nothing. So please, we have to channel our energy on the things that will give us Biafra. The number one thing that can give us Biafra is to acknowledge all the pro-Biafran group. And we should take away any people in anywhere we are, which we know that those people are corrupted, they're corrupt. We see, we confirm they are corrupt. We put them outside. We should not exclude them from Biafra movement. But they should be. They can do any other thing. They can go and clean gutters as we have people that clean gutters. This is how I think it. So please, bro, let me stop here. Greetings, Biafrans, and God bless everybody. Thank you very much, bro.
Thank you very much, my brother. We must continue. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Just a minute. Your call is not connected yet. Caller on WhatsApp.
I can hear you, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening from here, my brother. Go ahead, please. No worry, name man we born.
Good day, Biafrans. My name is Chukwu Eric. I hail from Manama province. I live in Italy. I am very happy today. Today's program is awesome. And I believe that we are going to the right direction. There is one thing in life that our people need to understand, that anything we do in life is the politics. People, relationship, friendship, marriage, business, it's a politics. It depends how you play your own politics. Without politics, without we, the people of Biafra, involving ourselves in politics, 100 years to come, we will not get Biafra. We are not going there to begin to drag position with them or begin to drag any position. We will go there to win the heart of the politicians in the Biafra land, so that we can be able to discover our enemy among the politicians, so that we can discover those who are ready to work for Biafrans. If we are running away from them, we will not discover who is the enemy of Biafra or who have the interest of Biafra at heart. I know that our politicians are very corrupt, but we see how some people who have conscience, who are ready to change and do the right thing. Because I believe that there are so many politicians who have supported IPOB underground, but the man who calls himself a supreme leader hide it from Biafran because he wants to eat money. He does not need freedom. He needs money. If politics is a dirty game, or Biafra struggle does not require politics, why Nnamdi Kanu is working for PDP? Nnamdi Kanu is a politician, is working for PDP, but we come on radio to castigate politicians, call them different names, condemn their name, to make sure that the Biafrans will be against politicians, or only him will be close to politicians, so that he can be able to reap for politicians in Biafra land. We must go closer to our politicians. That is my own belief. Try to know the mind of our politicians. Find out who is interested in Biafra movement. And I believe that we must find some of our people who are interested, who need freedom more than we self. There are some politicians who need this Biafra more than we. But because we are far away from them, we can't be able to discover them. I'm very happy to hear the voice of our director of Biafra Human Rights Radio, Mazu Chemefo. May God continue to strengthen him and we will continue to bless him. There is one thing I love about Asari Tekubo, Chief Asari Tekubo. No matter how Nigeria government try to fight the politicians in Biafra land, Chief Asari Tekubo will not castigate that politician from Biafra land. He will ask Nigeria state a question. Have you arrested Concourse or Abi Erufai before you go to Biafra land to arrest somebody like Akpabio? I know that Akpabio is a criminal, but you hear somebody like Chief Asari Tekubo support his brother. Before you can come to Biafra land and arrest our people, first of all, go to Arewa and arrest your own people. That is the same thing I was telling Nnamdi Kanu. Before you can order your boss to go and kill policeman, first of all, kill your own sister. If you can kill your sister, then I will know that you are fighting a good fight. Not protecting your own family, and you are wasting other people's family. All the name of you want to get freedom for our people. Nnamdi Kanu know the truth, but because of greediness and selfishness, he refused to tell Biafrans the truth. And we will continue to call Nnamdi Kanu name. Every blessed day, we will continue to mention his name for this atrocity. Because Nnamdi Kanu have committed atrocity against Biafrans. And some of IPOB bingos are still there sleeping. They don't know the right thing to do. Biafrans need to wake up. Let's channel our energy to our politicians. Let's work close to our politicians. Let's try to win the heart of our politicians. And I believe that winning the heart of our politicians have trust on us, believe that when Nigeria state come after them, we will stood on our ground to protect them. Because most of them, they are afraid because they don't have single protection. But we are fighting them. They are afraid of us. They are afraid of Nigerian government. That was early 2020. I did one video. I was asking, then I was still in IPOV, early 2020. I did one video. I was asking my fellow IPOV question then. I said, if we get Biafra now, are we going to chase somebody like Chief Wazurike away from Biafra land? Chase somebody like Asari Tekubo away from Biafra land? That we need to work together. Work according to my own vision, because without unity among us, nothing like Biafra. But we are not going to unite with somebody like Nnamdi Kanu unless he confess. He must confess to Biafrans, and I will continue to repeat it and say it every blessed day. Nnamdi Kanu must confess. If he refuses to confess, he will die in shame. The blood of our people will haunt him. Nnamdi Kanu will know. In fact, Nnamdi Kanu no. Have Nnamdi Kanu destroy every plan we have, every vision our people have to get this Biafra very close. He destroyed it because of selfishness. We have soldiers, we have youth who are ready to defend Biafra land when anything comes up. But this man calling Nnamdi Kanu mislead our people. He mislead our people. That was 2020 when he was ranting on radio that anywhere you catch Jubril, Sudan, catch him, remove that mask from Jubril face so that the whole world will see that the man is a Jubril. Now today, Jubril is in Biafra land. Where are the Biafra Nnamdi Kanu boys? They are hiding. They're supposed to go and catch Jubril there and remove that mask from Jubril face so that everybody will see that this man is a Jubril, not Buhari. Why are they hiding? They're supposed to catch Jubril at Owerri today, remove that mask from Jubril's face so that the whole world will see that this man is not a Buhari, it's a Jubril. You use Photoshop to deceive our people back home. Every blessed day you are doing Photoshop, lying, telling people lies, giving our people false hope. And some of our people in diaspora know the truth. They keep short. They refuse to speak out. They refuse to tell our people that what this man is doing is Photoshop, is not real. Look at the Buhari ear, look at the Buhari nose, look at the Buhari neck. Now, the IPOB so-called non-government or ESN supposed to catch the Jubril today and remove that mask so that everybody will see the hole on Jubril neck and the Jubril ear. Now they run away. They run away. They are hiding. They are hiding. Hope Uzodinma proved to them that they have conquered a non-government and ESN, even conquered IPOB in Imo State. This is the proof to them that have destroyed you, have conquered you, you have nothing to offer anymore, you have no strength. It's a shame to Nnamdi Kanu and so-called non-government and IPOB with Abazonia, fake Abazonia alliance they are formed. Dr. Let me rest my case here because it's very late. May God continue to strengthen you.
Thank you.
Our people who are still sitting down, please, wherever you find yourself, wherever any group of Biafra you find yourself, channel your energy to Biafra, the customary government. We have men there, we have people there. People are working to make sure that this Biafra come. Don't keep quiet, hoping for Nnamdi Kanu to come and give you Biafra. Our people are very lazy. Nobody, you don't want to work, but you want to enjoy. You just want to sit down, be contributing little money you want to contribute, so that only one man will come and give you Biafra. In fact, I don't know how people think. Hoping that only Nnamdi Kanu can give you Biafra. For where? How can only one man give you Biafra? A man that Nnamdi Kanu don't have vision, he don't have plan. The only thing Nnamdi Kanu know how to do, he will enter Google, he will Google history. After Googling the history, he will come on radio and begin to read the history, and people will begin to praise him. Machineke for where? Machineke of telling our people history. How can the history give us freedom? You will tell us how they give other than Asha Shaibu Bele from Sahara Desert. Is that the freedom are we fighting for? How they rape Asha Shaibu? Asha Shaibu was pregnant. Is that the freedom are we looking for? Trying to find out the history. People will say this man is a prophet. Which kind of if Nnamdi Kanu is a false prophet, he's not a prophet. He can never be a prophet. He's a criminal. Dokpa, good night from here, and may God bless you. Continue your good work. The true Biafrans are behind you. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much, my brother. And of course, this having been said, this is where we draw the curtain for this evening. Of course, it's another day over here. We draw the curtain on this segment. after this heavy rain, I can assure you that all will be well. They will.
Biafran's Got Talent exclusive.
After this heavy rain, please let the sun rise.
Our lives going down, siblings and more that all day long we have been ruled by strangers. Sing my life, give us Biafra. We are begging you, please. Nothing we can do without you. It's only you that will save my life. Chico King and Biama, you are the one to give us Biafra. We pray. Oh, just save our lives. We are your children, save our lives.
We are like sheep has gone astray. Restore our land and heal our hearts.
Save my life. Save my life. Save my life. Almighty Father. We are begging you, please.
We ain't seen living here in the zoo. You up there, my we are begging you. See my people stay are crying. You up there, my we get dying. Save our land, we beg you for love.
Tears in my eyes, every day I dey cry. Nothing else I'm asking for, Lord, give me Biafra or I die. We need a clearer picture, a better future, a better future, the Lord.
Freedom is what we want, nothing more, nothing less. We are tired of the zoo and your wickedness. Yes. Save my life, Papa.
Give us Biafra.
We are begging you, please. We are begging you, please. When your kingdom shall come, we will know we are safe. When your kingdom shall come, we will know we are safe. Father, Lord, we lift up our hands to the air now. You walk in, take all the glory and give it. Send your son to give the life. Send your innocent keep me
Give us Biafra. Save my life. Give us Biafra. We are begging you, please.
I know you can feel our anguish, but don't let us perish in the hands of our enemies.